Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been a light sleeper. But what I've been experiencing for the past few years goes way beyond normal sleep issues. I'm not sure if sharing this will help, but I'm desperate at this point. Sleep deprivation is destroying me, and I can't keep living like this. It always starts the same way. As soon as I begin drifting off, right at that edge between being awake and asleep, I see them. Black humanoid shadows stretching around my room. They don't have distinct features, just elongated dark silhouettes that seem to watch me from every corner. The first few times it happened, I thought I was just seeing things from being overtired. But it's been consistent for years now. Every time I see them, I jolt awake with my heart racing. Then I have to start the whole process over again, trying to calm down, closing my eyes, and inevitably seeing them again. This cycle repeats until I literally pass out from exhaustion around 4 or 5 in the morning, usually getting only a couple hours of actual sleep before my alarm goes off. The worst part isn't even the visual stuff. It's this weird sensation in my chest that comes with it. It's hard to describe. Partly pain, partly pressure, like something inside me is warning me to stay awake. Almost like my body knows something bad will happen if I fully fall asleep. And when I've ignored that feeling, well, that's when things got much worse. I live in Pinewood Heights with my mom. It's just a regular suburban neighborhood, nothing special about it. My room is on the 2nd floor, and I've had the same bedroom since I was a kid. Nothing weird ever happened until I hit my 20s. Now I'm 26, and I can count on one hand the number of full nights of sleep I've had in the past 3 years. There have been 3 incidents that went beyond the shadow figures and chest sensations. I still get chills thinking about them. The first time happened about 2 years ago. I was beyond exhausted after not sleeping properly for almost a week. I decided to face the wall and pull the covers completely over my head, thinking if I couldn't see anything, maybe I wouldn't get scared awake. Stupid logic, I know. But when you're sleep-deprived, you'll try anything. I remember feeling the chest sensation starting, but I was so tired I fought against it. I kept telling myself, just ignore it, Cameron, it's all in your head. Then, just as I was about to drift off, I felt it. A large hand, ice cold, with long, slender fingers and what felt like sharp nails, slowly trailed down from the top of my head, along my spine, all the way to the middle of my back before it just disappeared. It wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis. I could move. I practically launched myself out of bed, turned on every light in my room, and tore the place apart, looking for, I don't even know what, an intruder, some explanation. I found nothing. What makes this even creepier is that my mattress sits directly on the floor. There's literally nowhere someone could hide under my bed. I didn't sleep for the next 2 days after that. The second incident happened about 6 months later. I was lying on my back with my arms crossed over my chest, a position I rarely sleep in, but I was trying something new to help me sleep. Again, I felt the warning sensation, but I was determined to push through it. As I was drifting off, for just a split second as I opened my eyes, I saw it, a black humanoid figure crouched directly on my chest, leaning forward toward my face. It had no eyes, no facial features at all, but I could feel it looking at me, the way its featureless head was angled down at me. It was studying me. I swear I could feel its curiosity, its hunger, whatever you want to call it. I screamed and scrambled to turn on the light, but by the time I did, it was gone. My mom came running in, worried something had happened. But how could I explain this to her? I just said I had a nightmare. She probably thinks I'm losing it anyway with how tired I always am. The third incident was the worst, and it only happened 3 weeks ago. I was lying on my side, facing away from the wall this time. The chest sensation came as usual, but it was milder than normal, so I thought maybe things were getting better. I was almost asleep when I felt a weight shift on my mattress, like someone sitting down on the edge of my bed. Before I could react, my blanket started slowly being pulled away from my face. It wasn't rough or scary, it was actually gentle, like someone carefully revealing my face. Then I felt what I thought was a kiss on my cheek, near my neck. My first groggy thought was that it might be my mom checking on me, which sounds stupid now. But when you're half asleep, your brain doesn't work right. But then the kiss turned into something else. It became a powerful suction, like someone giving me a hickey. The pressure was intense, almost painful. I forced myself fully awake, panicking and grabbing at my neck. As I turned on the light, I heard footsteps on the roof. At first, this terrified me even more, until I realized it was my mom. She sometimes goes up there to fix the satellite dish when our TV signal gets wonky. I ran to the bathroom and checked my neck in the mirror. There was a red mark, like a bruise starting to form. It faded after a couple of days, but I took pictures of it. I've stared at those photos 100 times, trying to convince myself there's some normal explanation. After the third incident, I started noticing something strange. These things only happen when I'm alone in my room. If someone else is there, they don't even need to be in the same bed, just in the room. Nothing happens. I can actually sleep normally. I discovered this by accident when my cousin stayed over and slept on an air mattress in my room. For the first time in months, I slept through the night without seeing shadows or feeling the chest sensation. No creepy hands, no figures, no phantom kisses, nothing. I tested this theory a few more times, making excuses to have my mom sit in my room until I fell asleep, or asking if my friend could crash at our place after a late night. Every time someone else was in the room, I slept perfectly fine. The problem is, I can't keep asking people to babysit me while I sleep. I'm a grown man, for crying out loud. My mum works early shifts and needs her rest. My friends already think I'm weird for some of the excuses I've made to have them stay over. And I can't exactly get a roommate in my mum's house. I've tried every practical solution I can think of. I've rearranged my furniture so there are fewer shadows. I've tried sleeping with the lights on. I've used noise machines, meditation apps, melatonin, valerian root, CBD oil, you name it. I've tried it. I even got a cat thinking maybe an animal in the room would help. But whatever these things are, they don't seem to care about animals being present. Only humans keep them away. The sleep deprivation is seriously affecting my life. I've lost my job because I kept falling asleep during shifts. I've withdrawn from friends because I'm too exhausted to socialize. My mom is worried sick about me, but doesn't know how to help. I've seen 3 different doctors who all say the same thing. Insomnia, possibly sleep paralysis, maybe anxiety. They prescribe sleeping pills that don't work or make things worse because they make me too groggy to wake up fully when the episodes start. One doctor suggested I might have sleep apnea and that the chest sensations could be my body warning me that I'm not breathing properly. But the sleep study came back normal. Another thought it might be night terrors, but night terrors don't explain the physical sensations or the fact that having someone else in the room prevents everything. I've started researching paranormal explanations, which I never thought I'd do. I've read about shadow people, incubi, old hag syndrome. Some of it fits, but nothing explains everything I'm experiencing. And I'm not religious or superstitious, or at least I wasn't before all this started. The thing that scares me most is that these episodes seem to be escalating. They started with just shadows and sensations, then progressed to touches, then to something that could actually leave a mark on my body. What's next? How much worse can it get? I'm at the point where I'm considering moving, but I don't have the money. And who's to say these things wouldn't follow me? Plus, my mum needs me here. I can't just abandon her because of something that sounds crazy when I say it out loud. Last night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up with my back against the wall, lights on, watching videos on my phone until sunrise. I can't keep doing this. I'm writing this as I'm fighting to keep my eyes open. The shadows are already gathering in my peripheral vision, even though I'm fully awake. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just losing my mind. But then I look at the picture of that mark on my neck, and I know something real is happening to me, something that doesn't care if I believe in it or not. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice beyond the usual sage your house or see a doctor, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers, for help, for just one night of sleep where I don't feel watched, touched or fed upon. I just want to close my eyes without being afraid of what might be waiting for me in the dark. Story 2. I still don't know how to fully explain what happened in our house last month. I've been turning it over in my mind constantly, wondering if I'm going crazy or if there's something more sinister at work. I guess I'm writing this down, hoping someone else has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation that doesn't sound completely insane. For context, we're a pretty normal family living in Lakeview. Me, Rebecca, my husband James, our teenage daughter Cassie, and our 2 cats Kyle, Orange Tabby, about 5 years old, and Mittens, black and white, 7 years old. Our house is nothing special, just a 2-story suburban home in a quiet neighborhood. We've lived here for almost 8 years without anything unusual happening, until recently. It started with something so subtle I almost didn't notice it. About 3 weeks ago I was doing laundry in the basement when I heard what sounded like Cassie crying upstairs in her bedroom. It wasn't unusual. She's 17 and goes through typical teenage drama sometimes. I finished loading the washing machine and headed upstairs to check on her, but when I got to her room, it was empty. I texted her and found out she was still at her girlfriend's house and wouldn't be home for another hour. I brushed it off as my imagination, maybe just the house settling or something from the TV that I'd misheard. But then it happened again 2 days later. This time I was in the kitchen making dinner when I distinctly heard sobbing coming from upstairs. It was so clear, that unmistakable sound of someone trying to muffle their crying. I called out Cassie's name, but when there was no response, I went upstairs to check. Again, her room was empty, and this time she was at band practice. I mentioned it to James that night, and he suggested maybe it was just the wind or pipes making weird noises. I wanted to believe him, but it sounded so human, so much like our daughter. Then the scratching started. At first, we thought it was just the cats. Kyle especially likes to scratch at doors when he wants attention. But this was different. The scratching only happened at night, always on Cassie's bedroom door, and always in this weird rhythm. 3 quick scratches, pause, 2 slow ones, pause, repeat. The really strange part was that the scratches were way too high up on the door for either of our cats to reach, even if they stretched. I measured it once. The marks were almost 5 feet up. Cassie started getting freaked out and began sleeping with her door open. The scratching stopped for a few days, but then something even weirder happened. It was a Tuesday night, around 9:30. James announced he was heading to bed early because he had an early meeting the next day. Kyle, who absolutely adores James, followed him upstairs as he always does. Cassie and I both watched them go. James talking to Kyle the whole way up about how they were sleepy boys. He baby talks to our cats. It's kind of adorable. Cassie and I stayed downstairs watching some reality show, and about 15 minutes later, Kyle wandered back down and jumped on my lap. I remember thinking it was unusual because Kyle typically stays with James once they've gone up for the night, but I didn't think much of it. Kyle curled up and fell asleep on my lap while Cassie and I finished our show. Around 1 in the morning, Cassie headed upstairs to bed, and I gently moved Kyle to the couch so I could go up too. The next morning at breakfast, James casually mentioned, "Kyle was extra cuddly last night, didn't leave the bed once." I froze with my coffee mug halfway to my mouth. "What do you mean?" "Kyle was downstairs with me and Cassie until after midnight." James looked confused. "No, he wasn't. He came up with me and stayed on the bed all night. I even got up to use the bathroom around midnight and he was still there." Cassie, who had just walked in, overheard us. "Dad, Kyle was definitely downstairs. He was asleep on Mom's lap when I went to bed. I even petted him goodnight." James insisted Kyle never left the bedroom. Cassie and I were equally certain Kyle had been downstairs with us. It created this impossible scenario where Kyle somehow existed in two places at once. We checked the house for any way another orange cat could have gotten in, but everything was secure. That night, Cassie was FaceTiming with her girlfriend Emma around 10, and I happened to walk past with Kyle in my arms. Emma said hi to me and even commented on how cute Kyle looked. This was important because it meant multiple people had seen Kyle downstairs, not just Cassie and me. Meanwhile, James continued to insist that Kyle had been upstairs with him the entire time. We started joking about having a ghost Kyle, or anti-Kyle, as Cassie called it, but the joke didn't feel funny. It felt unsettling. The following night, I made a point to notice where Kyle was at all times. James went upstairs around the same time, and Kyle followed him again. I waited about 20 minutes, then called quietly for Kyle from the bottom of the stairs. To my shock, Kyle appeared at the top of the stairs, meowed once, which was weird because Kyle almost never meows. He was rescued as a kitten with damaged vocal cords, and then came trotting down. I texted James, "Is Kyle still with you?" His response made my blood run cold. "Yes, he's curled up at the foot of the bed." "Why?" I stared at the orange cat purring in my lap and felt sick to my stomach. I took a photo and sent it to James. A minute later, he came downstairs looking pale, his phone in one hand showing the picture I'd just sent, and in his other hand, he was carrying Kyle. We stood there in our living room, both of us holding an identical orange tabby cat. The one James was holding, our real Kyle with his distinctive white patch on his chest, looked relaxed and sleepy. The one in my lap suddenly went rigid, staring at its double with what I can only describe as hatred in its eyes. I screamed and pushed the cat off my lap. It landed on the floor, still staring at Kyle, then slowly back toward the kitchen. None of us moved. We were too shocked. Then it just ran. By the time we gathered our wits enough to follow, it was gone. The back door was still locked, all windows closed. It had simply vanished. We were terrified. Cassie started crying. James was checking all the doors and windows, and I just kept looking at Kyle, our real Kyle, wondering what the hell had been sitting in my lap for the past hour. The next day, we bought sage and Palo Santo to cleanse the house. We were desperate and willing to try anything. We focused particularly on Kyle, gently wafting the smoke around him while telling whatever entity it was to leave our home and stop mimicking our cat. I felt ridiculous doing it, but also desperate. For a few days, everything seemed normal. No strange noises, no Kyle duplicates. We started to relax a little, thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. Then last Wednesday, I was washing dishes and happened to glance out the kitchen window toward our backyard. What I saw made me drop a plate. There, sitting on our back porch, was an orange cat that looked exactly like Kyle. I knew it wasn't him because I could see the real Kyle napping on the couch in the living room. This cat was staring directly at the door, completely motionless except for the tip of its tail, which twitched rhythmically. As I watched, frozen in place, it stood up on its hind legs for a moment, something I've never seen a cat do for more than a second, and pawed at the glass. Then it opened its mouth and meowed loudly enough that I could hear it through the closed door. That's when I noticed its face looked wrong. It was slightly too long, the proportions just off enough to be deeply unsettling, and its eyes were fixed on mine with an intelligence that no animal should possess. I called for James, my voice shaking. By the time he got to the kitchen, the cat was sitting normally again, still staring at the door. James saw it and immediately went to check on our Kyle, confirming he was still on the couch. The cat outside meowed again, a sound Kyle couldn't make due to his damaged vocal cords. That confirmed it wasn't some weird coincidence or a neighborhood cat that happened to look like ours. James and I looked at each other, and without a word, we both knew. This was Auntie Kyle. This was the thing that had been in our house. James spoke first, his voice steady but quiet. "That is not Kyle." The moment he said those words, acknowledging out loud what we were seeing, the cat's behavior changed. It slowly backed away from the door, never breaking eye contact with us. It moved with a strange, almost mechanical precision until it reached the edge of our porch. Then it turned and bolted with unnatural speed. The strangest part? Seconds later, we saw a completely different cat, a grey stray we sometimes feed named Karen, walking away from the exact same spot, as if Auntie Kyle had changed forms. We haven't let Kyle outside since then. Cassie has been researching folklore about mimics and doppelgangers. James is talking about putting iron stakes around our property line after reading that certain entities can't cross iron. Last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of meowing outside our bedroom window. It was loud, insistent, almost human-like in its cadence. I didn't look. I couldn't bring myself to. I still don't know what that thing is or what it wants, but I know it's still out there, waiting, and I know it's not giving up. Story 3. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month at my boyfriend's family home in Bright Shore. I've always been a skeptic about paranormal stuff, but what I experienced that afternoon changed everything. I'm writing this down partly to make sense of it myself and partly because I need to tell someone who won't think I'm crazy. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway. Jake's family has this beautiful old house right by the coast that's been in their family for generations. His grandmother, Elaine, lives there full-time, and his parents stay there most weekends. We drove up on Friday afternoon, and everything was completely normal. Catching up over dinner, walking on the beach Saturday morning, the usual family visit stuff. Saturday afternoon, I was feeling really drained. I'd been working overtime all week at the hospital, I'm a nurse, and the exhaustion finally caught up with me. Jake went fishing with his dad around 1 in the afternoon, and I decided to take a nap in the guest bedroom upstairs. His grandmother was also resting downstairs in the living room. She's 84, and usually takes afternoon naps in her favorite recliner. I fell asleep almost instantly. The house has this really peaceful quality to it when it's quiet, just the distant sound of waves and occasional seagulls. I must have been out cold for about an hour when something woke me up, and this is where things get weird. I didn't wake up gradually like you normally do. It was sudden, like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. My eyes just opened, and I was instantly alert. There was no noise, no one had touched me, nothing I could identify that would have woken me. The house was completely silent. The bedroom door was open, and from where I was lying, I could see straight down the hallway and partially into the living room downstairs. The house has this open layout where the staircase overlooks the main living area. The curtains were drawn for Elaine's nap, so the living room was dim despite it being middle of the afternoon, probably around 2 or 3 o'clock. At first, I was just staring blankly, still trying to figure out why I'd woken up so suddenly. Then I noticed it. Standing at the foot of Elaine's recliner was a figure, not a person, at least not anyone I recognized. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely black. Not like African-American black, but like absence of light black. It was wearing what looked like a long coat, or maybe a robe, that reached almost to the floor. I couldn't see any facial features at all, just this solid, dark silhouette. My first thought was that it was Jake's mum standing there, maybe checking on Elaine. But within seconds I realized it couldn't be. The figure was too tall, too still, and too wrong. It didn't move like a person. It didn't move at all. It was just standing there, completely motionless, looking down at Elaine. I felt this cold wave wash over me, starting from my scalp and running down my spine. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my muscles respond. I've heard about sleep paralysis before, but I was definitely awake. My eyes could move, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, but my body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Jake was sleeping on the other side of the bed. I wanted desperately to wake him up, to nudge him, anything. But I was terrified that any movement might draw the figure's attention to me, so I just lay there, staring at this thing standing over his grandmother, my breath coming in shallow gasps that I tried to keep silent. For what felt like forever, probably a minute or two in reality, I just watched it. It never moved, not even the subtle movement you'd see from someone breathing. It just stood there, this perfect black silhouette against the dimly lit living room. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird shadow or my eyes playing tricks on me. I even pressed my eyes closed tight for a few seconds, thinking it would disappear when I opened them again. But when I looked back, it was still there, exactly as before. The weirdest part was that it didn't seem to notice or care that I was watching it. It just kept its attention focused on Elaine. I got this overwhelming sense that it wasn't there for me. It was there specifically for her, and that realization was somehow even more terrifying. I don't know how long I stared at it. Time seemed to stretch and distort. I remember my mouth was completely dry, and I could hear my pulse in my ears. I was trying to think rationally. Maybe it was a hallucination from stress or exhaustion, but it looked so solid, so real. It cast a shadow of its own on the carpet. That detail still haunts me. Hallucinations don't cast shadows. At some point, exhaustion must have overtaken my fear, because I remember my eyelids getting heavy despite my terror. I fought to keep them open, terrified of what might happen if I fell asleep with that thing in the house. The last thing I remember seeing was the figure, still motionless, still watching Elaine. And then, somehow, I was asleep again. I woke up to Jake shaking me gently around 6 in the evening. His face looked worried, and before he even spoke, I knew something was wrong. My first thought was about the figure, and I immediately looked toward the living room, but from the bed, I couldn't see down there anymore due to the angle. "Hey, we need to get up. Gran's not feeling well," Jake said. His voice was tense. "Mom's calling an ambulance." I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. "What happened?" I asked, my voice coming out hoarse. "Not sure. Mom went to wake her up for dinner and couldn't get her to respond properly. She's conscious, but disoriented. Her breathing doesn't sound right." I threw off the covers and rushed downstairs with Jake. My nursing training kicked in automatically, but underneath I was shaking. Elaine was still in her recliner, looking pale and confused. Her breathing was labored, and when I checked her pulse, it was rapid and irregular. Classic signs of what could be a stroke or heart attack. Jake's mom was on the phone with emergency services, giving them the address. Jake's dad was holding Elaine's hand, trying to keep her calm. Nobody mentioned seeing anything unusual in the house. No one talked about any strange figures. The ambulance arrived about 15 minutes later. As the paramedics were loading Elaine onto the stretcher, I stood in exactly the spot where I'd seen the figure standing. There was nothing unusual about the area. No cold spot, no strange smell, nothing physical to indicate anything had been there. But standing in that spot made my skin crawl. At the hospital, they determined Elaine had suffered a minor stroke. The doctor said she was lucky. If they'd waited much longer to call the ambulance, it could have been much worse. She was going to need time to recover, but she would be okay. That night, back at the house, Jake and I were alone in the guest room. His parents were staying at the hospital with Elaine. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. Finally, I told Jake everything. I expected him to laugh it off or tell me it was just a dream, but he didn't. He just listened, his face getting more serious as I described the figure. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "My mom used to talk about something similar. When my grandfather was dying years ago, she said she saw a tall shadow standing by his bed the night before he passed. No one believed her. We stayed up late into the night talking about it. Jake didn't dismiss me or try to explain it away, which I appreciated more than he knows. We researched online, and found similar accounts. People seeing dark figures around those who were about to fall ill or die. Some called them death omens or harbingers. Others suggested they might be some kind of psychopomps, entities that guide souls to the afterlife. Whatever it was, I'm convinced it was there for Elaine. It's been a month now. Elaine is recovering well at a rehabilitation center. I've been back to the house twice since then, and nothing unusual has happened. But I'm different now. I find myself avoiding looking down hallways or into darkened rooms. I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night and hold my breath, listening for anything unusual, afraid to open my eyes in case I see that figure standing in our bedroom. I haven't told anyone else about this except Jake. His mom is already stressed enough about Elaine, and I don't want to sound crazy, but I know what I saw wasn't a dream or a hallucination. There was something in that house with us that afternoon, something that doesn't belong in our understanding of reality. I still work as a nurse, and sometimes when I'm doing night shifts, I catch myself looking more carefully at the patients who are struggling the most, wondering if there's something standing beside their beds that I just can't see, or worse, something I might suddenly be able to see. I don't have any explanation for what happened that day. I don't know if that figure caused Elaine's stroke, or if it somehow knew it was going to happen. All I know is that for those few minutes, I saw something that shouldn't exist, and it changed me. I'm not religious, but this experience has made me question everything I thought I knew about life and death. If you've experienced anything similar, please let me know. I need to understand what I saw and why I saw it. And if you haven't, count yourself lucky. Some things once seen can't be unseen, and some knowledge, once gained, you can never go back from. Story 4. I never believed in the supernatural until I moved into that house on Willow Street. God, I wish I could forget everything about that place, but the memories are burned into my brain. Even typing this now, my hands are shaking. After 15 years of living in hell with my ex-husband, I finally gathered enough courage to leave. If you've never been with someone who's both an alcoholic and addicted to whatever drug they can get their hands on, consider yourself lucky. The emotional and physical abuse became too much to bear, especially with my 2 teenagers witnessing everything. I couldn't let them grow up thinking that was normal. So when I found a cheap rental in Mapleton, I jumped at the opportunity without asking too many questions. Yeah, the neighborhood wasn't great. Lots of crime, abandoned buildings, people you'd cross the street to avoid. But when you're desperate and operating on a tight budget, you can't be picky. The day we moved in, I knew something was off. The house was falling apart, not just normal wear and tear, but deeply neglected. The front door wouldn't lock properly, and 3 interior doors were missing completely. The electrical system was a nightmare. Lights would flicker constantly, and certain outlets would spark when you plugged anything in. My bedroom was the worst. When I first walked in, my heart nearly stopped. Someone had painted a pentagram on one wall in what looked like dark red paint. I refused to believe it could be anything else. Above my closet door, scratched into the wall, were the words, "This house is haunted," in jagged, angry letters. The landlord claimed kids had broken in and vandalized the place, promising he'd repaint before we moved in. He never did. I covered the pentagram with a tapestry and tried to ignore the writing. What choice did I have? We'd already signed the lease, and I'd used most of my savings for the security deposit and first month's rent. The first week started normally enough. We were unpacking, trying to make this dump feel like home. My kids were actually happy despite the conditions. Anything was better than living with their father. Then I got sick. Not normal sick, but a terrifying, overwhelming dizziness that came out of nowhere. One minute I was arranging dishes in the kitchen, the next I was on the floor, the room spinning so violently I couldn't even lift my head. My daughter found me and called an ambulance. At the hospital, they ran every test imaginable. Blood work, MRIs, the works. Everything came back normal. The doctor suggested it might be stress from the move, and sent me home with anti-nausea medication that did absolutely nothing. For 3 days, I could barely function. The dizziness would come in waves, each one worse than the last. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I felt completely normal again. The doctors had no explanation, and neither did I. Looking back, I think the house was testing me, weakening me for what was to come. Once I recovered, I started noticing things, small things at first. Items not being where I left them, cold spots in rooms that should have been warm, that feeling of being watched when you're alone. The bathroom was the worst. Every time I showered, I felt eyes on me. The closet in the bathroom had a sliding door that wouldn't stay closed. I'd shut it before getting in the shower, and by the time I was rinsing my hair, it would be open again. Just a crack at first, then wider each time, as if someone was slowly peeking out. After it happened 5 or 6 times, I jammed a towel under the door to keep it shut. I even put a chair against it once. Didn't matter. That damn door would always be open when I turned around, the chair pushed aside as if it weighed nothing. My kids noticed things too, though they didn't talk about it much. My son's room was always freezing, no matter how high we turned up the heat. My daughter complained about hearing scratching in her walls at night. We all tried to rationalize it. Old pipes, the house settling, mice in the walls, normal explanations for what we were desperately hoping were normal occurrences. But what happened in the kitchen, about 2 weeks after we moved in, that couldn't be explained away. I was making dinner, a casserole in a heavy glass baking dish. I'd just pulled it out of the oven and set it on the counter to cool. I turned around to grab plates from the cabinet, and I heard this sound like something sliding across the counter. When I turned back, the baking dish was hovering in mid-air, completely level, as if someone was holding it. Before I could react, it flew across the kitchen and smashed against the wall, shattering into 1,000 pieces, food everywhere. It didn't fall. It didn't slide. It flew, with force and purpose, like it had been thrown by invisible hands. I stood there, frozen, hot casserole burning my feet, unable to process what I'd just seen. My daughter ran in, asking what happened. I lied, said I'd tripped and dropped it. She gave me a look that said she didn't believe me, but she helped clean up without questioning further. After that, we spent most of our time in the living room. For whatever reason, that room felt safe. The energy was different there, lighter, protective almost. We'd pile onto the couch together, watching TV until we couldn't keep our eyes open anymore, dreading the moment we'd have to go to our separate bedrooms. I started dating someone about a month after we moved in. Nice guy, very understanding about my situation. He never stayed over. I was too embarrassed by the condition of the house. But he'd drop me off after dates. One night, we were sitting in his car saying goodnight when he suddenly went quiet, staring up at the house with this look of absolute horror. "What's that in your bedroom window?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I turned and looked up at my second-floor window. There, perfectly visible through the thin curtains, was a round black mass, darker than the night around it. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a person. It was just darkness, concentrated into a perfect circle, hovering about 5 feet off the floor. "You see that too?" I asked, my voice cracking. He nodded, unable to look away. "What the hell is that?" I felt this cold dread wash over me. Up until that moment, I could convince myself I was imagining things, that the stress of leaving my ex and starting over was making me see and feel things that weren't real. But my boyfriend saw it too. This was real. We went inside together, him insisting on checking the house. When we got to my bedroom, there was nothing there, no black mass, no sign of intrusion. But the room was freezing, easily 20 degrees colder than the hallway. And there was this smell, like wet earth and something rotting. He offered to stay, but I insisted he go home. I didn't want him involved in whatever was happening. That was my first mistake. Being alone that night was one of the worst experiences of my life. I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I'd feel something tugging at my feet, gentle at first, then more insistent, like someone trying to pull me off the bed. I'd jerk awake, heart pounding, to find nothing there. This happened over and over until dawn finally broke. Our pets were affected too. We had 2 cats and a dog when we moved in. Within the first month, 1 cat disappeared completely, just vanished. No open doors, no windows left cracked. There one day, gone the next. The other cat became skittish, hissing at empty corners and refusing to enter certain rooms. My dog, a lab mix who'd never been afraid of anything, changed completely. He wouldn't leave my side, pressing against my legs constantly, trembling. At night, he'd stare into empty space, growling low in his throat at something none of us could see. Sometimes he'd bark frantically at my bedroom closet, backing away with his tail between his legs, refusing to come when called. Things escalated quickly after the window incident. The scratching in my daughter's walls got louder, sometimes becoming violent banging that would shake the entire house. My son woke up one morning with 3 long scratches down his back that hadn't been there when he went to bed. He claimed it was probably from the cat, but the marks were too deep, too deliberate. I contacted the landlord, desperate for information about the house's history. He brushed me off, saying the place was old and had character. When I pressed him about previous tenants, he got defensive, claiming tenant history was confidential. All he would say was that the last family had broken their lease early, forfeiting their security deposit to get out quickly. That should have been enough for me to pack up and leave right then, but finding the house had drained my savings. I had nowhere else to go, and the thought of returning to my ex was worse than whatever was happening in that house. At least, that's what I told myself at the time. The final straw came exactly 6 weeks after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night to find myself unable to move. Not just paralyzed with fear, physically unable to move my body. Something heavy was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I could only move my eyes, and when I looked toward the foot of my bed, I saw it. The same black mass from the window, now hovering above me. It had no features, no face, but somehow I knew it was looking at me, studying me. The pressure on my chest increased until I thought my ribs would crack. Just when I thought I would pass out from lack of oxygen, it released me and drifted toward my closet, passing through the closed door as if it weren't there. I lay there gasping, tears streaming down my face. When I could finally move again, I ran to my kids' rooms and woke them up. We spent the rest of the night in the car, parked under a streetlight at the nearby grocery store parking lot. The next day, I called everyone I knew, begging for help. An old friend from work offered us her basement while we looked for a new place. We packed only what we absolutely needed and left that same afternoon. I broke the lease, lost my security deposit, abandoned furniture. I didn't care. Nothing was worth staying another night in that house. It's been 3 years since we left Willow Street. I still have nightmares about that black mass. Sometimes I wake up feeling that pressure on my chest again. My son still has those 3 scars on his back. Our missing cat never turned up. I drove by the house last month. It's vacant again, windows boarded up. I wonder how many families have moved in and out since we left. How many others have experienced what we did? Sometimes I think about trying to warn potential renters, but who would believe me? All I know is that whatever was in that house wasn't just passing through. It lived there. It owned that space, and for a brief, terrifying time, it was trying to own us too. Story 5. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family, and they still don't believe me. I'm 28 now, but I was 11 when it happened. It's been 17 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. We lived in this suburban house back then. 2 stories, nothing fancy, but it had this big yard with lots of trees. My bedroom was upstairs, and so was the bathroom I used every morning to get ready for school. The bathroom had this big window that looked out over our backyard and my aunt's yard next door. She had this massive old mango tree that had been there forever. My dad said it was probably planted before any of the houses were even built. That winter was particularly foggy. I remember because my mom kept complaining about driving in it. On school days, I'd wake up around 6 in the morning when it was still dark outside, and the fog would be so thick you could barely see the fence at the end of our yard. This particular morning in January, I woke up like normal. My parents were still asleep. Dad didn't have to be at work until 8, and Mom worked from home. I stumbled to the bathroom, still half asleep, and flicked on the light. It was freezing in there. Our heating sucked, especially upstairs, and I remember I could see my breath. I was brushing my teeth, looking out the window absently, when something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just the fog swirling around. You know how it does sometimes when the wind picks up. But then I realized there wasn't any wind. The trees were completely still. Above my aunt's mango tree, maybe 15 or 20 feet off the ground, there were these things. 2 of them. They were whitish, kind of translucent, like if you took gelatin and shaped it into something vaguely human-sized but smaller. Each one was maybe 2 or 3 feet tall. The weird thing was, they didn't have any faces or features that I could see. They were just these white, sort of see-through forms floating above the tree. I froze with my toothbrush halfway to my mouth. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. My brain was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Were they plastic bags caught in the wind? But there was no wind. Was it some weird reflection from something in the bathroom? I turned off the light to check, and they were still there. That's when I noticed they were moving. Not just floating, but actually moving with purpose. They were rolling around each other, almost like they were wrestling or playing. One would spin around the other, then they'd switch. They tumbled through the air like they were weightless. It reminded me of how puppies play fight, but in mid-air. Air puppies. That's what my brain came up with. And then I heard it. Giggling. Actual giggling. Like little kids laughing while playing. It wasn't loud. It was faint enough that if my parents had been awake making noise downstairs, I wouldn't have heard it. But in the quiet early morning, it was clear as day. High-pitched, delighted little laughs. The toothpaste foam dripped from my mouth onto my pajama shirt. But I couldn't move. I just stood there, watching these things play above the tree. They'd spin and roll over each other, and with each tumble came another burst of giggles. I couldn't see mouths on them, but somehow I knew the sound was coming from them. The strangest part was that despite having no faces, they gave off this feeling of happiness. I can't explain how, but they seemed to be constantly smiling, radiating joy through their movements. They were completely oblivious to me watching them. It was like stumbling across a private moment between friends. I don't know exactly how long I stood there, probably 2 minutes, maybe 3. I was completely mesmerized. Then the fog started getting thicker, swirling around the tree branches, and the entities began to fade from view. It wasn't like they flew away or disappeared suddenly. They just gradually became less visible until I couldn't see them anymore. That's when the fear hit me, all at once, like a bucket of ice water. What the hell had I just seen? I dropped my toothbrush in the sink and ran to my parents' bedroom, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Mom! Dad!" I burst into their room, probably scaring them half to death. "There are ghosts outside. I saw ghosts." Dad groaned and pulled the pillow over his head, but Mom sat up, all concerned. "What are you talking about, honey? You had a bad dream." "No, I was brushing my teeth and I saw them. They were floating over Aunt Carol's mango tree. They were playing and laughing." "It was just fog, sweetie," Mom said, rubbing her eyes. "Or maybe some birds." "They weren't birds. They didn't have wings or faces. They were like white blobs that could fly, and they were giggling." Dad mumbled something about too many cartoons before bed, and Mom gave me that look parents give when they think you're making stuff up. She finally got out of bed and followed me to the bathroom, probably just to humor me. "See," she said, pointing out the window, "there's nothing there, just fog." And she was right. By then, there was nothing to see except the fog-covered yard and the old mango tree. But they were there, I insisted, tears welling up. I wasn't making it up and I wasn't dreaming. I knew what I'd seen. "There's no such thing as ghosts," Mom said firmly. "You probably saw some fog moving around and your imagination did the rest." But I knew better. I made her check every corner of the bathroom before I'd finish getting ready, and for months afterward, I refused to take a bath or shower unless she was right outside the door. I was terrified those things would come back, maybe come inside, maybe not be so friendly next time. The weirdest part was that throughout the rest of that winter, I occasionally caught glimpses of them again. Never for as long as that first time, and never playing so enthusiastically. Just quick flashes of white translucent forms near the tree, gone almost as soon as I spotted them, always in the early morning, always when it was foggy. I started to dread getting ready for school. I'd brush my teeth at the downstairs sink or use the mirror in my bedroom instead. I kept the bathroom door closed and avoided looking out that window whenever possible. When I had to use that bathroom, I felt like I was being watched the entire time. Constant goosebumps, that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. I never told my friends about it. I already knew from my parents' reactions that nobody would believe me. The entities never seemed threatening. They never tried to approach the house or do anything scary. They just existed, doing their own thing. But that almost made it worse, you know? Like stumbling across something you weren't supposed to see, something that wasn't meant for human eyes. When summer came and the fog lifted, I never saw them again. Eventually, we moved to a different house when I was 13, and part of me was relieved to leave that bathroom window behind. Years later, when I was in college, my aunt still lived next door to our old house, and I visited her sometimes. Once I got up early and specifically looked out at the old mango tree, half expecting and half dreading to see those entities again. But there was nothing, just an old tree in the morning light. I've researched everything I can think of, atmospheric phenomena, rare birds, even those floating jellyfish drones that have become popular at events. Nothing matches what I saw. I've read about will-o'-the-wisps and spirit orbs and all kinds of paranormal explanations, but none of those accounts describe the playfulness, the obvious joy these things exhibited. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just my imagination, that Mom and Dad were right. But then I remember the giggling, that clear, delighted sound that couldn't have come from my head, and the way they moved so deliberately, so alive. I still get that feeling sometimes, usually when I'm alone in a foggy place. That sensation of being watched, of something just out of sight, playing and tumbling and living a life completely separate from our human world. I'll whip my head around, sure I'll catch a glimpse of those white forms, but there's never anything there. Whatever those entities were, ghosts, interdimensional beings, or something else entirely, they seemed happy. They weren't haunting our house. They were just enjoying themselves in their own little corner of reality that happened to intersect with mine for a brief moment. I'm not trying to convince anyone they were real. I've given up on that. But on foggy winter mornings, I still find myself looking up at the trees, wondering if they're still out there somewhere, those faceless, giggling things, tumbling through the air like puppies, playing in a world we can't understand. Story 6. I'm still having trouble processing everything that happened, and honestly, I'm only sharing this because I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. My name is Andrew. I live with my wife Sarah in a 2-story house in Maplewood that we bought about 7 years ago. It's an older home, built in the 1970s, nothing particularly special or historic about it. We've never had any weird experiences here until recently, and I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal or supernatural. I'm pretty grounded, work in IT, logical-minded. I rarely even remember my dreams. That's why what happened a few months ago completely threw me. It started with a nightmare. Not just any nightmare, but the exact same one, night after night. The first time it happened, I woke up in a cold sweat around 3 in the morning. My heart was racing, and I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. I remembered every detail, which was unusual for me. In the dream, I'd find myself standing in the hallway right outside our bedroom door. It was always dark, just barely illuminated by the nightlight we keep in the bathroom across the hall. I'd be standing there, feeling like something was wrong, and then I'd notice movement in the corner where the hallway ceiling meets the wall, and there it was. This thing. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding crazy. It looked humanoid, but was definitely not human. It had this sickly, pale white skin that was stretched so tight over its frame that you could see every bone. Its limbs were too long, too thin, and it had these fingers that came to sharp points, almost like claws. But the worst part was its face. God, that face. Hollow cheeks, lips pulled back in this permanent grimace, and completely black eyes. Not just dark, but like holes of absolute nothingness. In the dream, it would be clinging to the wall like some kind of insect, its limbs bent at impossible angles. When it noticed me looking at it, it would move, crawling rapidly across the wall and ceiling, heading toward the stairs. I'd always chase it, driven by some instinct I couldn't explain, but I'd always wake up just before I could catch it. The first few times, I brushed it off. Just a weird, recurring nightmare, right? But it kept happening, night after night, always the same, the exact same sequence, the exact same creature. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely sleeping. I'd try to stay awake as long as possible to avoid having the dream again. Sarah noticed, of course. How could she not? I looked like a zombie, dark circles under my eyes, jumpy and irritable. When I finally told her about the nightmares, she was concerned but didn't really get how disturbing they were. How could she? It wasn't happening to her. Maybe it's stress from work, she suggested, or maybe you should cut back on caffeine. All the usual explanations. Then, 3 weeks into these nightmares, something changed. I had the dream again, but this time I caught it. I actually managed to grab the thing's ankle as it tried to crawl away. I remember the sensation of touching its skin, cold and dry, like touching leather that had been left in a freezer. The moment I touched it, the thing twisted around and looked directly at me. Its face was inches from mine, those black eyes seeming to suck me in. Its mouth opened wider than any human mouth could, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. I don't remember what happened next. Sarah told me later that she woke up to the most horrible sound she'd ever heard, a deep, guttural scream coming from me, but she said it didn't even sound human. She said it was like listening to someone being tortured, but the sound was coming from my throat while I was still completely asleep. She shook me awake, terrified. I was drenched in sweat, my throat raw like I'd been screaming for hours. The weirdest part? I had scratches on my hand, 4 thin red lines across my palm, like something had clawed me. They weren't deep, but they were definitely real. After that night, the nightmares stopped, just completely vanished. I thought maybe whatever was happening was over, that I could finally get back to normal. I started sleeping better, feeling like myself again. Sarah and I even joked about it, calling it my midnight monster phase. But then, about a week later, we were in our bedroom getting ready for bed. It was around 11 at night. Sarah was reading a book, and I was scrolling through my phone. Our dog, Max, a German Shepherd mix, who's usually the most chill dog ever, was lying at the foot of our bed. Suddenly, Max raised his head and stared at our closed bedroom door, the one that leads out to the hallway. The same hallway from my nightmares. His ears perked up, and he started growling. Not just a little warning growl, but a deep, threatening sound I'd never heard him make before. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked, but he just kept staring and growling, getting more intense by the second. He stood up on the bed, hackles raised, eyes fixed on the door. Sarah and I looked at each other. "Maybe he hears a raccoon outside," she suggested, but I could tell she was uneasy. Max never reacted this way to ordinary noises. The growling continued for about 5 minutes, getting more aggressive. Max wouldn't stop, wouldn't look away from the door. It was like he was seeing something we couldn't. My mind immediately went to those nightmares, to that thing I'd seen crawling in the hallway. I felt cold all over, like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. "I'm going to check it out," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Sarah grabbed my arm. "Don't," she whispered. "Let's just call someone." "Who would we call?" "The police. And tell them what? That our dog is growling at a door." I tried to laugh it off, but it came out strained. I got up and grabbed a baseball bat we keep in our closet. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Max's growling had reached a fever pitch now, and he was pacing back and forth on the bed, never taking his eyes off the door. I stood in front of it, bat raised, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sarah was right behind me, clutching her phone, ready to call 911. "On 3, I said, my voice barely audible. 1, 2, 3. I threw the door open and was immediately blinded by the most intense white light I've ever seen. It wasn't like turning on a bright light in a dark room. This was something else entirely. It was impossibly bright, filling the entire hallway. So intense it felt like it was burning into my retinas. I couldn't see anything beyond it, couldn't make out the hallway at all. It lasted only a split second, but it felt like forever. And then it was gone. Just the normal dark hallway, the nightlight in the bathroom casting its usual soft glow. The most bizarre part? Max stopped growling immediately. Just stopped. He sat down on the bed, panting slightly, but completely calm, like whatever had been there was now gone. Sarah and I searched the entire house, every room, every closet, the basement, the attic, outside. Nothing. No sign of intrusion, no open windows, nothing out of place. Everything was exactly as it should be. We didn't sleep much that night, kept all the lights on, kept checking the hallway, but nothing happened. The next day, we talked about installing security cameras, but somehow it felt like whatever had been happening was over. And it was. I never had the nightmare again, not once. It was like whatever that light was had banished it completely. About a week later, Sarah brought up something I'd almost forgotten. 3 years ago, shortly after we moved in, I was washing dishes late one night while Sarah was out of town visiting her parents. I happened to glance up at the kitchen window above the sink and saw a face looking in at me, a pale white face with black eyes. It was there for just a second before disappearing. I'd told Sarah about it when she got back, but I'd played it off as probably just a reflection or my imagination. Maybe some neighbor kid playing a prank. But I remember the feeling it gave me, this overwhelming sense of dread and wrongness, like I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. When Sarah reminded me of this, she asked the question I'd been avoiding. Was it the same face, the one from your nightmares? I didn't want to answer, didn't want to admit it. But yes, it was the exact same face, the exact same entity. Whatever had been looking in at me 3 years ago had somehow found its way into my dreams, and then into our house. I still don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know what that thing was, or what the blinding light was that seemed to drive it away. All I know is that I haven't had the nightmare since, and nothing strange has happened in our house, but sometimes late at night, I still find myself staring at that corner of the hallway, half expecting to see something crawling there in the darkness. And I never ever look out of the kitchen window after dark. Story 7. I haven't told many people about this. The few I've shared it with either think I was hallucinating or just trying to get attention, but what happened that night was real. I know it was, and I still can't explain it. This happened when I was 13. I'd been really sick for about 3 days, high fever, chills, the whole thing. It was bad enough that my mom had been sleeping in my room to keep an eye on me. We have this small house in Westfield, and my bedroom barely fits my twin bed and dresser, but Mom had pushed a small cot next to my bed so she could be there if I needed anything during the night. By the 3rd day, I was starting to feel a little better, but I was still weak. That night, Mom decided to just sleep next to me in my bed instead of on the cot. I remember feeling grateful because even though I was 13 and usually wouldn't want my mom sleeping next to me, being sick makes you feel like a little kid again. I fell asleep around 10 that night. I remember checking my alarm clock before closing my eyes. The medication I was taking made me sleep pretty heavily, but something woke me up around 2 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me out of sleep. The room was dark except for this small nightlight I had near the door. Another thing I'd normally be embarrassed about at 13, but my mum insisted while I was sick. I laid there for a few seconds, trying to figure out if I needed to go to the bathroom or if I was about to throw up again. That's when I heard it. There was this weird noise coming from outside my window. It's hard to describe exactly what it sounded like. The closest I can get is it was like someone talking, but through their nose or something, like really muffled and nasally. I couldn't make out any actual words. It wasn't English or any language I recognized, just this strange, continuous mumbling sound. I remember thinking maybe it was the neighbors, but it was 2 in the morning, and the sound was too weird for normal conversation. Plus, my window faces the backyard, not the street or the neighbor's house. I sat up slightly, trying not to wake my mom. She was sound asleep next to me, lying on her side, facing away from me. Her hair was in this long braid that she always did before bed. In the dim light, I could see the braid stretched out across the pillow behind her. As I was sitting there, listening to those weird sounds, I suddenly noticed something really strange happening to me. The tiny hairs on my arms and hands were standing up, but not in the normal way when you get goosebumps. They were actually trembling, like something was making them vibrate. I wasn't shaking myself. My hands were steady, but all the little hairs were trembling on their own. It wasn't cold in the room, and I wasn't scared yet. It was just happening. I rubbed my arms, thinking maybe it was some weird side effect of the medicine or something. That's when I noticed something at the end of my mom's braid. There was this tiny dark spot forming right at the tip of her braid. At first, I thought maybe it was just a shadow from the nightlight. But as I watched, it started to grow. It was like a small black dot that was expanding, getting bigger, and taking shape. It looked like a shadow, but it wasn't being cast by anything. It was forming on its own. As it grew, it started to look less like a formless shadow and more like a silhouette, a dark, human-shaped figure, but completely black, with no features I could make out. It was like a void in the shape of a person attached to the end of my mum's braid. I remember my heart starting to pound really hard. I wanted to wake my mum up, but I was frozen, just watching this thing form. The weird sounds from outside were still going on, that nasally mumbling, and now it seemed louder, more insistent. The shadow thing detached itself from my mum's braid and moved to the wall next to the bed. I know how crazy this sounds, but it started climbing up the wall, not walking up it, but crawling, using its hands and feet like it was scaling a cliff or something. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like each movement wasn't quite connected to the last one. As it climbed higher, it got bigger. It started out maybe the size of a small dog when it left my mom's braid, but by the time it reached the middle of the wall, it was about the size of a child. By the time it reached the ceiling, it was full adult-sized. When it got to the top of the wall, right where it meets the ceiling, it stopped. It was crouched there, sticking to the wall in this position that reminded me exactly of Spider-Man. Its limbs were bent at these weird angles, and its whole body was pressed against the wall like it was glued there. The only difference was that Spider-Man is usually shown with his head up, but this thing had its head pointed down, looking directly at me. I couldn't see a face. It was just a black silhouette, but I could feel it staring at me. I know that sounds impossible, but there was this intense pressure, like when you can feel someone watching you, except this was 100 times stronger. It felt like it was looking right through me. The hair-trembling sensation got even stronger, and now my whole body felt like it was vibrating slightly. The sounds from outside got louder. and it seemed like they were coming from this thing on my wall now, not from outside anymore. I tried to scream, I swear I did, but nothing came out at first. It was like my voice was stuck in my throat. The shadow thing started to move again, but this time it was shifting its position on the wall, turning its head at an angle that no human neck could bend to. The movement was so wrong, so unnatural. Finally, I managed to let out this pathetic squeak and then a full scream. I grabbed my mum's arm and started shaking her, still screaming. She woke up immediately, sitting bolt upright and asking what was wrong. "There, look!" I shouted, pointing at the wall. "There's something on the wall!" My mom followed where I was pointing, looked at the wall for a few seconds, and then back at me with this confused expression. "There's nothing there, Adrian," she said, sounding worried. "What are you seeing?" But it was still there. The shadow figure was still crouched on the wall, still staring down at me. I couldn't understand how she couldn't see it. "It's right there," I insisted, still pointing. "This black shadow thing, it came from your hair." My mom looked really concerned now. She reached over and turned on my bedside lamp. The second the light came on, the shadow figure vanished. Not like it ran away or faded. It was just gone instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. At the same moment, the weird mumbling sound stopped, and the trembling in my hair stopped too. My mum felt my forehead, saying I probably had a fever dream from being sick. She got me some water and stayed up with me for a while, but I could tell she thought I was just delirious from my illness. The next morning, I tried to tell her again what I'd seen, but she just said the same thing, that I'd had a bad dream or hallucination because of my fever. When I insisted it was real, she started to look really worried, so I dropped it. Over the next few days, as I got better, I told a couple of my relatives what happened. My older cousin laughed and said I'd been watching too many horror movies. My aunt suggested maybe I'd been given too much cold medicine. Nobody believed me, but here's the thing. I know what dreams feel like. I know what imagination feels like. This wasn't either of those things. This was real. I was fully awake, and I saw that shadow thing form from my mom's braid, climb up my wall, and stare at me. It's been 4 years, and I've never seen anything like it again. Sometimes I almost convince myself that maybe everyone else is right, that it was just a hallucination from being sick. But then I remember the way my hair trembled on its own, and those weird mumbling sounds that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, and I know it was real. I still sleep with a small light on in my room. I tell people it's so I don't trip if I need to get up at night. But really, it's because I'm afraid of what might form in the darkness if I don't. And I still check the walls before I go to sleep, just to make sure there's nothing crouching there, watching me with eyes I can't see. I don't know what that thing was, or why it appeared that night. Was it something supernatural? Was it some weird manifestation of energy? I have no idea. All I know is that it happened, and I'll never forget the way it looked, perched on my wall like some dark, twisted version of Spider-Man, staring down at me with a gaze I could feel but not see. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, waiting for another chance to form, and sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear those muffled, nasally mumbles start again, just at the edge of hearing. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts. Not really, anyway. Like most kids, I went through phases where I'd get scared of the dark or imagine things lurking in my closet, but that was just normal kid stuff. My dad was in the Coast Guard, so my brother Derek and I moved around a lot, never staying in one place long enough to build up any real superstitions about our temporary homes. That all changed when I was 10 years old. Dad finally retired, and our family settled in Ridgecrest, this tiny speck of a town nestled at the foot of the Appalachian Mountains. It was the first time we'd ever owned a house instead of living in military housing or rentals. Mom and Dad were so proud. Even though the place needed work, it was an older home, bought from a widow in her 70s who was moving to Florida to live with her daughter. The house had this room that the previous owners had used as a study. It had these big windows that let in tons of natural light, and Dad immediately decided to convert it into a music room. He'd always been into music, played guitar since college, and now that he was settled, he wanted a proper space for his instruments. Derek, my 14-year-old brother, was thrilled because he'd just started learning bass guitar. It wasn't until after we'd moved in that our next-door neighbor mentioned casually over the fence that the previous owner had died in that room. Heart attack, apparently. Just keeled over at his desk one afternoon while his wife was out shopping. I remember feeling a little weird about it, but Derek thought it was cool in that morbid way teenagers do. Mum just said it was sad and changed the subject. About 3 months after we moved in, our parents went away for a weekend trip, their first real vacation since Dad retired. They left Derek in charge, which was pretty normal for us military brats. We were used to looking after ourselves. It was a Saturday in October, I remember, because the trees were all these amazing colors, and I was bored out of my mind. Derek was in the music room messing around on his bass, ignoring me as usual. Finally, I wandered in and started pestering him to entertain me. "Dude, I'm practicing," he said, but I could tell he was getting annoyed with trying to figure out whatever song he was working on. "Come on, just put on some music or something," I whined. "I'm so bored." Derek finally gave up and went over to the stereo system Dad had set up. He pulled out this CD, the Cranberries' greatest hits. Derek had this weird obsession with 90s alternative rock, even though it was way before our time. He turned the volume up pretty loud, and we just started goofing around. I was jumping on the couch, something Mum would have killed me for, and Derek was doing this ridiculous air guitar thing. We were maybe 3 songs in. Zombie was playing when it happened. Clear as day, over the music, a man's voice shouted, "Would you turn that crap off?" I froze mid-jump on the couch. Derek's hands stopped moving. The music kept playing, but we were both completely still. The voice had been so clear, so real, like someone was in the room with us. It wasn't particularly deep, just a normal male voice, but grouchy and irritated. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Derek nodded slowly, his face pale. Yeah, I did. That's what really got me. If it had just been me hearing things, I could have written it off as imagination. But Derek heard it too, exactly the same way. "Is someone in the house?" I asked, suddenly terrified. I was thinking about break-ins, about all the warnings Dad had given us about keeping doors locked. Derek switched off the music, and the sudden silence was heavy. "Stay here," he said, trying to sound brave. "No way," I replied, jumping off the couch and sticking close to him. Together, we searched the entire house. We checked all the closets, under the beds, behind the shower curtain. All those places kids know to look from watching too many scary movies. We even went down to the basement, which I hated at the best of times. Derek armed himself with a baseball bat from his room, and I grabbed a flashlight that was almost out of batteries. We found nothing. Every door was locked from the inside. Every window was closed. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been in our house besides us. When we got back to the music room, Derek sat down on the couch, still holding his bat. "Tommy," he said slowly, "I think we just heard a ghost." "The old guy who died in here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Derek nodded. "Must be. He doesn't like the Cranberries." I should have been terrified. I should have wanted to run to the neighbor's house or call our parents, but something about Derek's matter-of-fact acceptance of the situation made it seem less scary. Plus, there was something almost funny about a ghost who just wanted us to change the music. After a minute of thinking it over, Derek stood up and walked back to the stereo. "You know what? Screw that. This is our house now." He turned the music back on, even louder than before. We both stood there, tense, waiting to see if the voice would come back. It didn't. We eventually relaxed, started dancing around again, though I kept glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. When our parents came home the next day, we told them what happened. They exchanged this look, You know, that parent look that says, "Isn't that cute?" And Dad suggested maybe it was the neighbors or the TV from another room. Mum just smiled and said old houses make strange noises sometimes. They didn't believe us. But Derek and I knew what we'd heard. Over the next few years, we had a few more incidents. Not many, but enough to know the first time wasn't a fluke. Always in the music room, always when certain music was playing. The Cranberries seemed to be a particular trigger, but sometimes it happened with Nirvana or Pearl Jam too. The Ghost, we started calling him Grouchy Gary, though we had no idea what his real name was. Never did anything scary. He just complained about the music. By the time I was in high school, the incidents had become less frequent. Derek went off to college, and I was more interested in friends and school than hanging out in the music room. Occasionally, when I was home alone, I'd play the Cranberries just to see if Gary would show up, but he rarely did. Fast forward to 2014, I was 22, in my senior year, at a university in northern Michigan. Derek had already graduated and moved to Chicago for work. I hadn't thought about Grouchy Gary in years. It was late January, one of those brutally cold nights when the snow is coming down so hard you can barely see 10 feet in front of you. Campus was practically deserted. A lot of students had gone home for the weekend because of the storm warnings, but I'd stayed to finish a project. Around 11 at night, I was walking back to my dorm from the student center. The paths were covered in fresh snow, and I was the only one crazy enough to be out. I had my headphones on, listening to music from my old MP3 player. I'd recently rediscovered a bunch of music from my teenage years, including, yes, the Cranberries' greatest hits. I reached my dorm building, pulled off my glove, and was fumbling with my key card at the door when I heard it. Clear as day, right in my ear, as if someone was standing right beside me. "Are you still listening to that crap?" The same voice, the exact same grouchy, irritated voice from 12 years earlier. I spun around so fast I nearly fell on the icy steps. There was nobody there, just swirling snow and the dim glow of the pathway lights. I was completely alone. The nearest person was probably the security guard in the building across the quad. I stood there, key card in hand, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wasn't scared exactly, more like shocked, because this wasn't our house in Ridgecrest. This was hundreds of miles away, more than a decade later. "Piss off, that's my tunes," I said out loud, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. Then I started laughing, not because anything was funny, but because what else do you do when a ghost follows you across state lines just to critique your music taste? I went inside, took the elevator up to my floor, and sat on my bed for a long time just thinking. I called Derek the next day and told him what happened. He believed me immediately. "So Grouchy Gary's still keeping tabs on you, huh?" he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. That's weirdly comforting. And it was, in a strange way. I've never been able to explain it. How does a ghost follow someone hundreds of miles from the place they died? Why would it care what music I was listening to? Why me and not Derek? I've had a few more encounters over the years. Not many, but enough to know he's still around. Always when I'm listening to music from that specific era. Always with the same grouchy comment. Never scary, just present. I've done some research since then. Tried to find out more about the man who died in our house. His name wasn't Gary. It was Robert Miller. He was 67 when he died, a retired high school music teacher. That last bit made me pause when I found out. A music teacher. I wonder sometimes if he's attached to me because I was the younger one, the one who needed looking after. Or maybe he just really, really hates the Cranberries. I don't know. What I do know is that somewhere along the line, this thing that should have terrified me became almost like having a grumpy, opinionated guardian angel who occasionally checks in just to tell me my music sucks. I still don't consider myself a believer in the paranormal. Not really. But I can't explain what happened. I can't explain how Derek and I both heard the same voice in our house all those years ago. And I can't explain how that same voice found me in a snowstorm hundreds of miles away just to criticize my playlist. All I know is that to this day, whenever I put on the Cranberries, I half expect to hear a grouchy voice telling me to turn that crap off. And sometimes when I'm alone, I still do. Story 9. I've never really told anyone about what happened at my great-grandfather's house when I was 10. It's been 15 years, but I still get this cold feeling in my gut whenever I have to go into a basement. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar or if I'm just crazy. This all happened during one of the most stressful times for my family. We had sold our house, but the new one wasn't ready yet, so we were basically homeless for about 6 weeks. My parents decided we would stay at my great-grandfather's place in Pinewood Valley, since he had moved to a retirement home a few months earlier and the house was sitting empty. I'd been to the house a handful of times before when I was younger. It was this old 2-story farmhouse built sometime in the 30s, with faded yellow siding and creaky floorboards that announced every step you took. The property sat at the edge of town, surrounded by tall pines that blocked most of the sunlight, making the house feel darker than it should have been even during the day. The weird thing was, when we moved in, my dad made this big deal about how we weren't allowed to use the second floor at all. He was super serious about it too, which wasn't like him. When I asked why, he just said, "Those were the conditions of us staying here," and changed the subject. My mom looked uncomfortable whenever I brought it up, so eventually I stopped asking. Even before what happened in the basement, that house always gave me the creeps. Nothing major, just little things like hearing footsteps upstairs when nobody was up there. Remember, we weren't allowed up there. Or doors that would be closed when you could swear you left them open. One time, I woke up in the middle of the night because I thought someone called my name, but everyone else was asleep. But the basement, that was on a whole different level. It was accessed through a door in the kitchen that led to a steep set of wooden stairs. The steps were uneven and worn in the middle from decades of use. The basement itself was partially finished. Concrete floors, cinder block walls painted a dingy white that had yellowed over time, and these old fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered like they were sending Morse code. The ceiling was low enough that my dad had to duck under some of the exposed pipes. The basement was divided into several rooms. The main area had a washer and dryer, some shelves with old paint cans and tools, and this ancient chest freezer that hummed so loudly you could hear it from the kitchen. There were also 3 smaller rooms, one that looked like it had been used as a workshop, another that was just storage with stacks of cardboard boxes, and a third room that was always locked. No one ever mentioned what was in there, and I never asked. I hated going down there. The air felt different. Heavier somehow, like it was pressing against my skin, and it was always cold, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house was sweltering. But the worst part was the feeling of being watched. Every time I went down there, even for a minute, I felt like there were eyes on me, following my every move. On the day it happened, we'd been living there for about 3 weeks. It was a Saturday afternoon in July, hot and muggy outside. My dad was in the backyard trying to fix a broken lawnmower, and my mom was making lunch. She asked me to go down to the basement to get a package of hamburger meat from the freezer for dinner that night. I remember my stomach dropping when she asked. I almost tried to make an excuse, but she was busy chopping vegetables, and I knew she'd just get annoyed if I complained. So I reluctantly headed for the basement door. The hinges squealed as I pulled it open, and a blast of cold air hit my face. I flipped on the light switch and stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, listening. The freezer was humming as usual, and I could hear water dripping somewhere, probably from one of the pipes. Everything seemed normal, but I still had that feeling of dread crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath and headed down the stairs, keeping my hand on the railing and trying not to think about what might be waiting at the bottom. The steps creaked under my weight, announcing my presence to whatever might be listening. When I reached the bottom, I paused again. The fluorescent lights were buzzing overhead, casting that sickly pale glow that made everything look washed out and wrong somehow. The freezer was in the far corner of the main room, which meant I had to walk past the entrances to all three of the side rooms to reach it. I moved quickly, keeping my eyes fixed on the freezer and trying to ignore the dark doorways I was passing. I made it to the freezer without incident and lifted the heavy lid. A cloud of frost billowed out, momentarily obscuring my vision. The freezer was packed with frozen food, packages wrapped in white butcher paper, bags of vegetables, ice cream containers, and several plastic containers of what looked like leftovers. I started digging through it, looking for the hamburger meat, when I heard it, a thud from one of the side rooms, like something heavy had fallen over. I froze, my hands still buried in the icy contents of the freezer. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small and scared in the large basement. No one answered, of course. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe something had shifted in one of the storage boxes. Old houses make noises all the time, right? Nothing to worry about. I went back to searching through the freezer, moving faster now, wanting to find the meat and get out of there as quickly as possible. My fingers were starting to sting from the cold when I finally found a package labeled hamburger in my mom's handwriting. I grabbed it and was about to close the freezer when I heard another sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the workshop room. I stood completely still, the package of frozen meat clutched against my chest, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The footsteps continued, getting closer to the doorway that led to the main room where I was standing. But here's the thing, I could see the doorway from where I stood, and there was nobody there. The footsteps were getting louder, closer, but there was nobody making them. I was so scared I couldn't move. My body felt like it was frozen solid, just like the meat in my hands. The footsteps stopped right at the edge of the doorway, just out of sight. Then there was silence for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then they started again, moving into the main room, heading straight for me. But there was still nothing there. Just the sound of heavy footsteps on concrete, getting closer and closer. That's when I snapped out of my paralysis. I slammed the freezer lid shut and turned to run, but I stopped dead in my tracks. The footsteps were between me and the stairs now. Whatever invisible thing was making those sounds was blocking my escape route. I backed up against the freezer, my mind racing. There was no other way out of the basement except for those stairs. The invisible footsteps had stopped again, and now it felt like whatever was making them was watching me, waiting to see what I would do. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything I could use to defend myself or create a distraction. There was nothing within reach, except for some old gardening tools hanging on the wall, too far away to grab without moving closer to where the footsteps had been. Then, without warning, the footsteps started again, fast this time, rushing toward me. I screamed and threw the frozen hamburger in the direction of the sound, then bolted to the right, making a wide arc around where I thought the invisible entity was. I ran as fast as I could toward the stairs, my feet barely touching the ground. Behind me, the footsteps changed direction and followed, getting faster and more aggressive, like whatever was chasing me was angry now. I reached the stairs and took them two at a time, my hands gripping the railing so tight my knuckles turned white. The footsteps were right behind me, pounding on the wooden steps. I could feel the vibrations through the railing, each impact getting closer and closer. When I reached the top, I grabbed the doorknob and turned it, but it wouldn't budge. The door was stuck or locked, or something was holding it shut from the other side. I yanked on it desperately, tears streaming down my face now as the footsteps reached the step right below me. "Mom!" I screamed, pounding on the door with my fist. "Dad! Help me!" With one final desperate effort, I threw my whole body against the door, and it suddenly gave way, sending me stumbling into the kitchen. I spun around and slammed the door shut behind me, just as something hit the other side with tremendous force. Not footsteps this time, but a single powerful impact, like a fist or a body slamming into the wood. Bang! The door shuddered in its frame, and I swear I saw the wood bow inward for a split second. I backed away, staring at the door in horror, expecting it to fly open any second. My mom came rushing in from the living room. "Oliver, what on earth is going on? Why are you screaming?" I couldn't speak. I just pointed at the basement door, tears still running down my face, my whole body shaking. My dad came in from the backyard, looking alarmed. "What happened? Are you hurt?" When I finally found my voice, it came out in a high-pitched, panicky rush. I told them about the footsteps, about being chased up the stairs, about the door being stuck and the bang when I finally got it closed. My parents exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. My dad grabbed a flashlight from a drawer and headed for the basement door. "No, Dad, don't go down there," I begged, grabbing his arm. "It's okay, buddy," he said, gently removing my hand. "I need to check it out. Something probably just fell over when you were down there, and your imagination did the rest." Despite my protests, he opened the door and went down the stairs. My mom stayed with me in the kitchen, her arm around my shoulders. We both jumped when we heard my dad call up from below. "The freezer's open, and there's hamburger on the floor, but everything else looks normal. No sign of anything falling or moving around." When he came back up, he was carrying the package of hamburger meat I'd thrown. "See? Nothing to worry about. Old houses make all kinds of strange noises." But I could tell from the way he glanced at my mom that he didn't completely believe his own explanation. That night I heard my parents talking in low voices after they thought I was asleep. "We should never have come here," my mom was saying. "I told you this was a mistake." "We didn't have a choice," my dad replied, "and it's only for a few more weeks." "What if it gets worse? What if it starts happening upstairs too?" "It won't. As long as we stay off the second floor, we'll be fine." I never found out what they knew about that house that they weren't telling me. 3 weeks later, we moved into our new home, and no one ever mentioned the incident in the basement again. My great-grandfather died a year later, and the house was sold to a developer who tore it down to build new homes. To this day, I don't know what was in that basement or what would have happened if I hadn't gotten through that door when I did. All I know is that something was down there, something that couldn't be seen but could make noise, could move, could chase, could hit with enough force to make a solid wood door shudder in its frame. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I swear I can hear footsteps approaching from behind me, slow and deliberate, getting closer and closer. Story 10. Have you never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff? Sure, I watched horror movies like everyone else, but I always chalked it up to entertainment. That changed when I moved to Fort Benning with my wife back in 2019. I'm a staff sergeant, been in the Army for almost 8 years now. After bouncing around different posts, we finally got stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia. The housing they assigned us wasn't anything special, just a standard 2-bedroom place in one of those cookie-cutter military neighborhoods where every third house looks exactly the same. But from the first night we spent there, something felt off. I remember unpacking boxes in the living room when I got this weird sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from behind? It was like that, but nobody was there. I brushed it off as just being tired from the move. That first week, I'd catch these glimpses of something dark in my peripheral vision, like a shadow moving just beyond where I was looking. Every time I'd turn my head to get a better look, there'd be nothing there. I didn't mention it to my wife at first, didn't want her to think I was losing it or something. About 2 weeks after moving in, my wife Sarah came to me looking worried. She showed me her phone. She'd joined the neighborhood Facebook group to meet other military spouses, but instead found a whole thread about weird experiences in our housing complex. People talking about items moving on their own, unexplained footsteps, cold spots, the works. I laughed it off, told her it was just bored housewives making up stories. No, seriously, Matt, look at how many comments there are, and they're describing our house exactly. She scrolled through dozens of comments from people who'd lived in our unit before us. One lady wrote about how her toddler would talk to the shadow man in the hallway. Another guy, also military, said he'd wake up feeling like he couldn't breathe, with the sensation of weight on his chest. That's when I finally told her about the shadows I'd been seeing. She didn't seem surprised, just nodded like she'd been expecting it. "I've been hearing things," she admitted. "Thumping sounds from the spare room when you're not home." That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to what sounded like someone walking heavily in our kitchen. The floor was creaking in a pattern that could only be footsteps. My training kicked in. I grabbed the baseball bat I keep under the bed and went to check it out. Nothing, no signs of a break-in, doors and windows still locked. But the air in the kitchen felt ice cold compared to the rest of the house, even though it was the middle of August in Georgia. The incidents became our new normal. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and suddenly there'd be loud thumping from upstairs, like someone was jumping or dropping heavy objects. I'd run up to check, but the rooms would be empty. One time I was shaving in the bathroom mirror when I saw a dark figure move behind me in the reflection. I spun around so fast I cut myself with the razor, but there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. Sarah started getting nervous about staying home alone, especially at night when I had duties. She'd call me saying she heard whispering coming from the guest room, or that the TV would turn on by itself at full volume, scaring her half to death. I tried to find logical explanations. Old houses make noise. The wiring in military housing is notoriously bad. Our neighbors could be making the thumping sounds, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. About 6 months in, my mum came to visit us for a week. We hadn't told her anything about our experiences. I didn't want her worrying. She was staying in the guest room, the one where Sarah heard the whispering. On the second morning, Mom came to breakfast looking exhausted. She asked if we'd been having problems with the house. The way she said it made my stomach drop. "What kind of problems?" I asked. She hesitated before answering. "I woke up last night, and there was something in the room with me, like black smoke or mist, just floating near the closet. I thought I was dreaming, but when I sat up, it moved. It went right through the wall." Sarah and I exchanged looks. My mom isn't the type to make up stories or believe in supernatural stuff. She's practical, logical, a retired nurse who's seen enough real-life horror to not need to invent any. "Have you two seen anything like that?" Mom asked. I finally came clean, told her everything we'd been experiencing. Instead of thinking we were crazy, she just nodded gravely. "It reminds me of when you were little," she said quietly. That's when she brought up my father, something we rarely discussed. Before he went to prison when I was 7, he'd been involved in some dark stuff. She never gave me details as a kid, just said he was doing bad things. But that morning, she told me more. "Your father was into black magic, seances, all that occult nonsense. He thought it would give him power, make him rich. After he went to prison, weird things happened in our old house for years. Books would fly across the room, doors would slam shut. I saw shadows like what was in my room last night." I felt sick hearing this. I'd had my own strange experiences as a kid that I'd blocked out. Seeing tall black figures standing in my doorway at night, hearing voices call my name when no one was home. I'd convinced myself they were just nightmares or an overactive imagination. "I think these things can follow families," Mom said. "Or maybe you're sensitive to them because of your father." After Mom left, the activity in the house seemed to ramp up. The shadows became more bold, less quick to disappear when I turned to look. One night I distinctly saw a dark figure peek around the corner from our kitchen, then pull back when I noticed it. I ran to the kitchen but found nothing. We thought about reporting it to housing. But what would we say? Our house is haunted. They'd laugh us out of the office. Sarah suggested bringing in a priest or someone to bless the house. I was skeptical, but desperate enough to try anything. A chaplain from the base came by, said some prayers, sprinkled holy water in the corners. Things quieted down for maybe a week, then started up again worse than before. Then came that night, the one I still have trouble talking about. It was a Tuesday in November, about 2 years into living there. I'd had a long day of training and fell into bed exhausted around 11. Sarah was already asleep beside me. I passed out almost immediately. I woke up suddenly, completely alert. The digital clock on my nightstand read 5:27 a.m. What woke me wasn't a sound, it was a sensation. Something was grabbing my foot, not just touching it, but gripping it firmly, squeezing it like a handshake. I could feel individual fingers wrapped around my ankle, pressing into my skin. My first thought was that Sarah had reached down to wake me for some reason, but when I looked over, she was sound asleep, curled up on her side with her back to me. Her hands were visible, tucked under her pillow, and her feet were nowhere near mine. We have a king-sized bed, exactly because I'm a restless sleeper who needs space. The grip on my foot tightened, the fingers digging in harder. It wasn't painful, but the pressure was unmistakable and deliberate. I yanked my foot back and sat up, fully expecting to see someone standing at the foot of the bed. There was nothing there. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. The room was silent, except for Sarah's steady breathing and a creaking sound coming from the corner where we have a full-length mirror. The mirror was swaying slightly, as if someone had just brushed past it. I turned on the bedside lamp, which woke Sarah. She saw my face and immediately sat up. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something grabbed my foot," I told her, my voice shaking. Like a hand, I felt fingers. We searched the entire house, checked under the bed, in the closets, behind the shower curtain. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. We were alone. That was the moment I couldn't deny it anymore. This wasn't just weird noises or tricks of the light. Something was in our house, something that could physically touch us, and it had just crossed a line. The next day, I reached out to an old army buddy who'd mentioned having similar experiences in his previous posting. He put me in touch with a woman who investigates paranormal activity. I was desperate enough to call her. She asked a lot of questions about my family history, especially when I mentioned my father's involvement with the occult. According to her, some entities can attach themselves to families across generations. When I told her about the hand grabbing my foot, she got very quiet. "Physical contact is significant," she said. "It takes a lot of energy for spirits to manipulate the physical world. The fact that it could grab you firmly enough to wake you up means it's powerful, or that it has a strong connection to you specifically." She suggested it might be trying to communicate, or worse, trying to establish a connection, like a perverse handshake or introduction. The thought made my skin crawl. I remembered something from my childhood then, waking up to find a tall black figure standing at the foot of my bed. As a kid, I'd pull the covers over my head until it went away. But now I wondered if it had been following me all my life, waiting for the right moment to make contact. We tried everything after that. More blessings, protective symbols, even burning sage. I requested a housing transfer, but the waiting list was months long. Every night I'd go to bed dreading that touch, wondering if it would grab my foot again, or worse, grab something else. The touching incident happened 3 more times over the next month. Always the same, a firm grip on my foot around the same time, 5:30-ish in the morning, always when I was deeply asleep. The last time, I actually felt what seemed like a thumb rubbing back and forth across my ankle before I jerked away. We finally got approved for a housing transfer last month. The new place is on the other side of the base. We've been here 2 weeks, and so far, nothing strange has happened. No shadows, no noises, no grabbing. But sometimes, in those moments between waking and sleeping, I swear I can feel the mattress depress slightly at the foot of the bed, like someone sitting down. And every morning, I check my ankles for marks, half expecting to find finger-shaped bruises. I still don't know what was in that house, or why it chose to make physical contact with me. Was it something connected to my father's past? Was it something specific to Fort Benning? where so many others had reported similar experiences? Or was it something that's been following me all along, waiting for the right moment to reach out and introduce itself? All I know is that sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still wake up with that sensation, like something's watching me from the darkest corner of the room, just waiting for the right moment to reach out and grab me again. Story 11. I still can't explain what happened that day. It's been nearly 10 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. My daughter Lily was only 7 then, and we were living in a small 2-story house in Quezon City, Philippines. This was around early 2013, before we moved back to my husband's hometown. Our morning routine was always the same. I'd wake up first, around 5:30, get Lily up by 6, and she'd go downstairs to eat breakfast and watch a bit of TV while I showered and got ready for work. Then I'd call her upstairs to get dressed for school. Simple, predictable, safe. At least that's what I thought. That particular morning started like any other. It was a Tuesday, I think. The weather was typical for January in the Philippines. Warm but not too humid yet. Lily went downstairs in her pajamas while I gathered my work clothes and headed to the bathroom. Our house wasn't fancy, but it was comfortable. 3 bedrooms upstairs, and downstairs we had a small living room with this old brown couch facing the TV, a kitchen, and a dining area. I remember turning on the shower and letting the water run over me, mentally going through my to-do list for the day. I had a meeting with my boss at 9, needed to pick up some groceries after work, and had to remember to pay the electric bill. Normal stuff. Nothing to suggest that in a few minutes my sense of safety in our home would be completely shattered. I was washing my hair when I heard Lily scream, not a playful scream or even an angry one. This was pure terror. My heart dropped instantly. As a mom, you learn to recognize different cries, and this one made my blood run cold. I shut off the water immediately, not even bothering to rinse the shampoo out of my hair. "Lily!" I called out, grabbing my towel. "What's wrong?" There was no answer at first, which scared me even more. I wrapped the towel around me, suds still in my hair, and rushed to the bathroom door. "Lily, are you okay?" I shouted louder. Finally, I heard her small voice. "Mom!" She sounded like she was trying not to cry. "Are you hurt? What happened?" I asked, relief flooding through me that she at least answered. "I'm okay," she said, but her voice was shaking. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "Come upstairs now. It's time to get ready for school," I said, trying to sound normal. What she said next made me freeze. "I can't." "What do you mean you can't? Are you hurt?" My mind was racing through possibilities. Had she fallen? Was someone in the house? "I'm scared," she whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with standing wet in a towel. "Scared of what, baby?" She didn't answer. "Lily, please come upstairs right now." I tried to keep my voice steady, but I was starting to panic. I considered running downstairs in just my towel, but something held me back, some instinct telling me not to leave Lily alone upstairs if she did come up. "I don't want to," she said. "Lily, listen to me. Whatever it is, it's okay. Just come upstairs now." I was firm this time. There was a long pause, and then I heard her reluctantly say, "Okay." I stood at the top of the stairs, dripping water onto the floor, waiting to see her come up. What I saw next is something I'll never forget. Lily appeared at the bottom of the stairs, but instead of coming straight up, she did something bizarre. She backed away from the stairs, went around the dining table, and approached from a completely different angle. She was keeping her eyes fixed on something on or near our couch as she moved. Her little body was tense, her movements careful and deliberate, like she was trying to avoid waking something up. When she finally reached the stairs, she ran up so fast she nearly tripped. I caught her in my arms and she was trembling. "What is it? What did you see?" I whispered, holding her tight. She just shook her head and buried her face in my towel. "Can we get ready now? I don't want to be late for school." I wanted to push for answers, but she looked so scared that I decided it could wait. I quickly rinsed my hair while Lily sat on the bathroom floor, refusing to leave my side. She wouldn't even go to her bedroom alone to get dressed. I had to bring her clothes to the bathroom. The whole time, she kept glancing toward the stairs, like she was afraid something might come up. I tried asking casual questions. Did she see a bug? Did something on TV scare her? But she just shook her head, lips pressed tightly together. We skipped breakfast that morning. Lily refused to go back downstairs, and honestly, I didn't want to either. I grabbed my purse, her backpack, and we left through the side door that connected directly to the carport, avoiding the living room entirely. The drive to school was silent. Lily stared out the window, still looking shaken. When we arrived, she didn't want to get out of the car. "Mommy, can you pick me up today? Don't let Tita Rose get me." Her aunt sometimes picked her up when I worked late. "Of course, Anak. I'll be here at 3, I promise." She nodded, gave me a quick hug and joined her classmates. I watched her go, this nagging worry sitting heavy in my stomach. I almost called in sick to work, but what would I say? "Sorry, my daughter saw something scary in our living room that I can't explain." So I went to work, but I couldn't focus all day. I kept checking my phone, half expecting a call from the school saying something was wrong with Lily. At 2:30, I was already parked outside her school, 15 minutes early. When the bell rang and children started pouring out, I spotted Lily immediately. She looked better. Whatever had happened that morning seemed to have faded during the school day. As we drove home, I finally worked up the courage to ask again, "Lily, can you tell me what scared you this morning?" She fidgeted with her backpack strap, not looking at me. "You won't believe me." "Try me," I said, keeping my voice gentle. "I promise I won't get mad or think you're making things up." She took a deep breath. "There was a lady on our couch." I nearly slammed on the brakes. "A lady? What lady?" "I don't know," Lily said. "I was watching cartoons, and I had to lean forward to plug in my phone because it was almost dead. When I sat back up, she was just there, on the other end of the couch." My mind raced through possibilities. A break-in? But how would someone get in without me hearing, and why would they just sit on our couch? "What did she look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Lily looked down at her hands. She was old, really old, and she had a long nose like a witch in my books. She was wearing a brown dress, like the color of our couch, but darker, and she was just sitting there, looking at the TV. I felt goosebumps spreading across my arms. Did she say anything to you?" Lily shook her head. "No, she didn't even look at me at first. But when I screamed, she turned her head, just her head, not her body, and stared at me. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Her eyes were all white, Mummy. I felt sick. I wanted to tell myself it was just a child's imagination, but the pure fear in Lily's voice was too real, and the way she'd moved so carefully around the living room, as if navigating around something only she could see. "When you called me to come upstairs," Lily continued, "I couldn't go past her. She was still sitting there watching me. That's why I had to go the long way around. I didn't want to get close to her." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Is she going to be there when we get home?" Lily asked in a small voice. "No, baby. I'm sure she's gone now." I tried to sound confident, but my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. When we got home, I made Lily wait in the car while I went inside first. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. There was no one there, of course, no sign that anyone had broken in. Everything was exactly as we'd left it that morning. But something felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow, like the house was holding its breath. I stood in the living room, staring at our brown couch. It looked the same as always, worn in the spots where we usually sat. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, that something had made itself at home while we were away. I called my mother that night after Lily went to bed. She's always been more in tune with these things. growing up in a small provincial town where ghost stories weren't just stories. "Don't dismiss what the child saw," she told me. "Children can see things we can't." "What do you think it was?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment. "It could be many things. A multo, perhaps, or maybe a duende that's taken human form." She sighed. "Whatever it is, it seems to have attached itself to your house. What should I do?" "Pray," she said simply. "Cleanse the house with salt water. And if it happens again, you might need to find someone who knows how to deal with these things." I did as she suggested. That night, I sprinkled salt water in every corner of the house, focusing especially on the living room. I said prayers and even placed garlic by the windows, an old superstition my grandmother swore by. For the next week, Lily refused to be alone downstairs. She would only go down if I was with her, and she wouldn't sit on the couch at all. She started having nightmares, waking up crying about the witch lady watching her sleep. We never saw the figure again, at least not directly. But there were moments. A shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye, the feeling of being watched when I was alone in the kitchen, the TV turning on by itself in the middle of the night. Small things that could be explained away, but added up to something unsettling. A month later, we moved out. I couldn't take it anymore. The constant anxiety, jumping at every noise, watching Lily grow more withdrawn and fearful. We found a smaller place closer to my work and never looked back. To this day, I don't know what Lily saw on our couch that morning. Was it really a ghost, some ancient spirit that had wandered into our home, or was it something else, something I don't have the words to explain? What I do know is that something changed in our lives that day. Something invaded the safety of our home and left a mark that time hasn't fully erased. Lily is 16 now and barely remembers the incident, or at least that's what she tells me. But sometimes I catch her avoiding certain seats in movie theaters or restaurants, unconsciously keeping space between herself and empty chairs, as if she's learned to be careful about who or what might be sitting next to her. As for me, I still check the couch before I sit down, even in other people's homes. Some habits born from fear never really leave you. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and catch movement in my peripheral vision, I wonder if our visitor ever really left, or if she's still following us, waiting for the right moment to take her seat again. Story 12. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Never have been. But something happened to me when I was 16 that I still can't explain, no matter how much I try to rationalize it. This happened about 6 years ago when I was living with my parents in Pinecrest, this quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing ever really happened. You know the type. Cookie-cutter houses, perfect lawns, neighborhood barbecues in the summer, the kind of place where people move to raise families away from the dangers of the city. I was a typical teenager, spent most of my free time gaming with friends, staying up way too late on weekends and during summer break. My parents were pretty cool about it as long as I kept my grades up, which I did. That night was just like any other summer night. School was out, and I had been gaming with my buddy Jake for hours on Xbox. We were playing this new FPS game that had just come out, and we were completely obsessed with it. It was a Friday night, so we were pushing it even later than usual. My parents had gone to bed around 11, and the house had that weird stillness that only happens in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? That kind of silence where you become hyper-aware of every little sound. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing by outside, the slight creaking of the house. Jake and I were still in a party chat, but he was starting to sound really tired. His reaction time was getting slower, and he kept dying in-game. Around 3 or maybe 4 in the morning, he finally called it quits. "Dude, I'm gonna head to bed. I can barely keep my eyes open," he said, his voice all groggy. I remember yawning as I replied, "Yeah, I should probably do the same." After he logged off, I sat there for a minute or two, scrolling through my achievements from the night. My room was completely dark, except for the blue glow from my TV screen. I had one of those gaming setups in the corner of my bedroom, TV mounted on the wall, console underneath, gaming chair positioned right in front. My back was to my bedroom door. I was just about to turn everything off when I heard it. Aiden. Someone or something called my name, clear as day. It came from behind me. My entire body went cold. I froze with the controller still in my hand. At first I tried to convince myself that I had imagined it. I was tired after all. My brain was probably just messing with me. Maybe it was just a sound from outside that my half-asleep brain had interpreted as my name. I sat there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, listening intently. The house was completely silent again. Just as I started to relax, convincing myself it was nothing, I heard it again. Aiden. This time there was no mistaking it. It was a woman's voice, soft but distinct, not shouting, just saying my name like she was trying to get my attention. It wasn't my mum's voice, though. It was different, lower, almost raspy. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't even turn around to look behind me. I just sat there, gripping my controller so tight my knuckles turned white. Then a thought hit me. Maybe it was my mom checking on me. Maybe she had woken up, heard me still gaming, and come to tell me to go to bed. Her voice could sound different when she was tired, right? I finally managed to turn around. My bedroom door was open a crack, the way I usually left it. The hallway beyond was pitch black. "Mom," I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response. I don't know where I found the courage, but I stood up. If it was my mum, I needed to check if she needed something. If it wasn't, well, I didn't want to think about that. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness of my room, casting long, weird shadows on the walls. I slowly made my way to my bedroom door and pulled it open wider. The hallway was empty. Our house had a simple layout. My bedroom was at one end of the hallway. My parents' room was at the opposite end, with the bathroom in between. To get to their room, I had to pass through the kitchen and living room area, which was this open concept space in the middle of the house. I started making my way down the hallway, telling myself I was just going to check on my mom. My heart was still racing, and I was straining to hear any sound that might tell me where the voice had come from. The wooden floor creaked under my feet, and each creak made me flinch. When I reached the end of the hallway, I had to turn right to enter the kitchen area. I paused at the corner, suddenly reluctant to go any further. Something felt off, wrong. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back to my room, but I forced myself to take that turn into the kitchen. I swept my phone's flashlight across the space, and that's when I saw her. In the far corner of the kitchen, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, was the silhouette of a woman. Her knees were pulled up to her chest, and her hands were covering her face. She was wearing what looked like a long dress or nightgown, something flowing that pooled around her on the floor. I completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like time stopped, and all I could do was stand there, flashlight beam trembling as my hand shook uncontrollably. The woman wasn't moving. She just sat there, face hidden behind her hands. I couldn't see any details of her face or hair, just this dark silhouette against the white kitchen wall. I don't know how long I stood there. Seconds, a minute, it felt like an eternity. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think, I couldn't even blink. Then the most terrifying thing happened. I felt like she was about to move her hands away from her face. That broke the spell. Absolute panic surged through me, and I ran. I spun around so fast I almost fell, and I sprinted back down the hallway to my room. I slammed my door shut and locked it, then dove under my covers like a little kid. I was hyperventilating, my whole body shaking. I pulled the blankets tight around me and curled into a ball, my phone clutched in my hand like some kind of lifeline. I wanted to call someone, my parents, the police, anyone, but I was too scared to make a sound. The worst part was knowing that whatever was in my kitchen had called my name. It knew who I was. I lay there for what felt like hours, ears straining for any sound of movement in the house. My mind was racing with questions. Who was she? What did she want? Was she even real? Maybe I had fallen asleep in my chair while gaming, and this was just some vivid nightmare. But I knew I hadn't been asleep. This was real. There was someone or something in our kitchen. I kept thinking about waking my parents, but that would mean going back out there. No way was I leaving my room. I convinced myself that if I just stayed quiet and didn't move, maybe whatever it was would leave. Eventually, exhaustion must have overcome my fear because I fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my windows. For a split second, everything felt normal. Then the memories of the night before came flooding back. I cautiously unlocked my door and peeked out. The hallway was empty and bright with morning light. I could hear my mom in the kitchen, the familiar sounds of breakfast being made. The smell of coffee filled the air. I slowly made my way to the kitchen, half expecting to see something out of place, some evidence of what I'd seen. But everything was normal. My mom was at the stove making pancakes, and my dad was sitting at the table reading something on his tablet. "Morning, sleepyhead," my mom said when she saw me. "You were up late gaming again, weren't you?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak yet. I kept staring at the corner where I'd seen the woman. There was nothing there, just the normal kitchen wall with some family photos hanging on it. "You okay, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost," my mom said, frowning at me. I almost laughed at how appropriate that phrase was. "Yeah, I'm fine, just didn't sleep well." I wanted to tell them what had happened, but something held me back. How could I explain what I'd seen without sounding crazy? I couldn't even explain it to myself. Over the next few days, I was on edge constantly. I refused to game late at night anymore. I kept all the lights on in my room. I even started closing and locking my bedroom door, something I'd never done before. I didn't see the woman again, but sometimes when I was alone in the house, I'd get this feeling like I was being watched. And occasionally, I'd think I heard someone whispering my name, but it was so faint I could never be sure if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. About 3 months after the incident, my dad got a job offer in another state. We moved away from that house, and I was secretly relieved. Whatever had been there, whatever had known my name, we were leaving it behind. It's been 6 years now, and I've never experienced anything like that again. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just sleep deprivation, or maybe some kind of waking dream. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. What haunts me most isn't just the image of that woman sitting in our kitchen in the middle of the night. It's the fact that she knew my name. She called out to me specifically. What did she want from me? Why me? I still don't believe in ghosts. Not really. But I can't explain what I saw that night. And sometimes, when I'm up late and the house gets quiet, I find myself listening for that voice again, hoping I'll never hear it call my name. BD Story 13. I still remember that day, like it was yesterday, even though it's been over 15 years now. My grandfather, everyone called him Papa, had been in and out of the VA hospital for months. He'd fought in Vietnam, was exposed to Agent Orange, and his health had been deteriorating for years. The doctors kept saying he didn't have much time left, but Papa was stubborn. He'd always been a fighter. I was 18, had just started college, and was absolutely devastated when my mum told me he'd been admitted to the hospital again. I begged her to take me to see him, but she refused. "It's not a good idea," she kept saying. "You should remember him how he was, not like this." I was furious with her. How could she make that decision for me? He was my papa. We had this special bond. He taught me to fish, took me camping, and told me stories about his white bulldogs, all named Fred. He'd had 3 of them throughout his life. Said it was easier to just keep the same name. That morning, it was a Tuesday in October, I woke up with this horrible feeling in my stomach. I just knew something was wrong. I tried calling my mum, but she didn't pick up. I was supposed to go to class, but I couldn't focus. I sat in my dorm room staring at my phone, waiting for it to ring. By afternoon, I couldn't take it anymore. I started pacing, then crying, then I just lost it. I knocked books off my desk, threw pillows across the room, and kicked my trash can so hard it dented the wall. I was sobbing and screaming, "You can't go without letting me say goodbye." That's when I felt it, a hand on my shoulder, not like someone grabbing me, but a gentle pressure, warm and familiar. I froze, then slowly turned around, and there he was. Papa was standing in my dorm room, but not the frail, sick man I'd seen the last few months. He looked like he did in the old photos from when I was little. Tall, strong, his white hair neatly combed, wearing his favorite flannel shirt. He was smiling at me, that crooked smile where one side of his mouth lifted higher than the other. "Do you think I'd leave without saying goodbye?" he said, his voice exactly how I remembered it from my childhood, deep and gravelly, but soft. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I just stared at him, tears streaming down my face. He looked so real, so solid, not like a ghost at all. I reached out to touch him, and he took my hand. His felt warm and rough, calloused from years of hard work. "Don't be mad at your mother," he said. "She's hurting too." I started to ask him something. I don't even remember what, when my phone rang. I jumped, startled by the sound, and when I looked back, he was gone. I answered the phone with shaking hands. It was my mum, calling to tell me Papa had passed away 20 minutes ago. I never told my mum about seeing Papa that day. I wasn't sure if she'd believe me, and it felt too personal, too sacred to share. I figured it was just a one-time thing, his way of saying goodbye like he promised, but that wasn't the end of it. Fast forward 9 years, I was married with a 2-year-old son, Tommy. We lived in a small house about 30 minutes from where I grew up. My husband worked long hours, so it was often just Tommy and me during the day. I started noticing that he'd talk to someone when he was playing alone in his room. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids have imaginary friends, right? But then one morning, I was folding laundry outside his door when I heard him laughing and saying, "No, Fred, that's silly." I froze. Fred. Just hearing that name sent shivers down my spine. I pushed the door open and asked him who he was talking to. "Fred," he said simply, continuing to stack his blocks. "Who's Fred?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "My friend," Tommy said. "He plays with me." "What does Fred look like?" I asked, my heart pounding. Tommy looked thoughtful, then climbed off his bed and went to his toy box. He dug around for a moment before pulling out a little plastic army man. "This for old," he said, holding it up, "but bigger." I sat down on his bed, feeling lightheaded. Tommy had never seen pictures of Papa in his uniform. We hadn't talked about him being in the army. I'd told Tommy stories about Papa, but never anything about his military service. He was too young to understand. I didn't say anything else about it that day, but that night I dug through some old boxes until I found a framed photo of my grandparents from the 70s. Papa was standing tall in his casual clothes, arm around my grandmother. I put it on the coffee table in the living room without saying anything to Tommy. The next morning, Tommy came downstairs for breakfast, spotted the photo, and ran over to it. "Fred!" he shouted, pointing at my grandfather. "That's Fred!" My whole body broke out in goosebumps. "You know him?" I asked. Tommy nodded enthusiastically. "He comes to play. He's nice." "What does he do when he comes to play?" I asked. "He makes funny faces," Tommy said, "and he tells me stories, and he watches me sleep sometimes." That should have creeped me out, but it didn't. Instead, I felt this wave of comfort wash over me. Papa was still looking out for us even now. Over the next few years, Tommy continued to talk about Fred. Sometimes weeks would go by without a mention, and then suddenly he'd say something like, "Fred says it's gonna rain today," or "Fred doesn't like when I jump on the bed." When my daughter Lily was born 3 years later, I wondered if she'd see him too. Sure enough, when she was about 2.5, she started talking about an old man who visited her. But she called him Fred Pop Pop, which was strange because neither of my kids had ever called their grandfathers Pop Pop. One night, after tucking Lily in, she grabbed my hand as I was leaving and said, "Mommy, Fred Pop Pop says he loves you very much." I sat back down on her bed. "Did he tell you he was your Pop Pop?" She shook her head. "No. I asked him, and he said he was my Pop Pop before I was born. He was your Pop Pop first." I got chills all over. I'd never told my kids that Papa was my grandfather, not specifically. When I showed them pictures, I just said, "This is Papa and Grandma." I never explained the relationship. "What else does Fred Pop Pop tell you?" I asked. "He says he's checking on all the kids. He has to make sure we're all okay." "All the kids. All the cousins," she said, yawning. "He has to see everybody." That conversation sent me straight to the phone. I called my cousin Sarah, who had 3 kids. Without telling her why, I asked if her kids had ever mentioned anyone named Fred. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "How did you know about that?" she finally asked. "Jake's been talking about Uncle Fred for years. We thought it was just an imaginary friend." Over the next few weeks, I reached out to more cousins. 3 of them reported their children playing with or talking about someone named Fred. None of us had ever discussed it with each other. None of our kids had been told about Papa's bulldogs or his nickname. It became something of a family joke. Papa making his rounds, checking on all his great-grandchildren. But for me, it was more than that. It was proof that he was still with us, still watching over us. I've seen him myself a few times over the years, not as clearly as that first day in my dorm room, but glimpses. A figure walking down the hallway at night, standing in the doorway of the kids' rooms. Once I was sitting on the porch during a thunderstorm. Papa always loved storms, and I swear he sat down in the chair next to me. I didn't see him clearly, just felt his presence and caught a whiff of his old aftershave. The strangest part is how the visits seem to be connected. I'll see him or feel his presence, and the next day I'll get a text from one of my cousins saying their kid mentioned Fred again. It's like he's making a circuit, visiting all of us in turn. Last month, I was having a really tough day. Work was stressful. Tommy was going through a rebellious phase, and my husband and I had been arguing. I was sitting at the kitchen table after everyone had gone to bed, just crying quietly. I felt that familiar hand on my shoulder, and when I looked up, Papa was standing there. Not as solid as that first time, more like a fuzzy outline, but definitely him. He didn't say anything, just gave me that crooked smile and patted my shoulder. The next morning, I got a text from my cousin Beth. "Weirdest thing, Zoe woke up this morning and said Uncle Fred told her to tell me that everything's going to be okay. Any idea what that's about?" I do have an idea, of course, but it's hard to explain to people who haven't experienced it. How do you tell someone that your dead grandfather is visiting all his great-grandchildren, watching over them while they sleep, playing with them, telling them things? It sounds crazy, but I know it's real. My kids know things about Papa they couldn't possibly know. Tommy once described Papa's old fishing boat in perfect detail. The peeling blue paint, the wobbly seat, even the little compass that was mounted on a homemade wooden stand. Lily sometimes hums songs that Papa used to sing, Vietnam-era songs that aren't played on the radio anymore. The most convincing thing happened just last week. Lily, who's now 6, came down for breakfast and announced, "Fred Pop Pop says today is special." I checked my phone. It was May 15th, Papa's birthday. I'd completely forgotten. I've tried researching this kind of thing online. Apparently, it's not that uncommon for children to see spirits that adults can't see. Some people say kids are more open to it because they haven't been taught what's impossible yet. Others say it's just imagination, but how do you explain multiple children in different households who've never met, all describing the same person? How do you explain them knowing things they couldn't possibly know? I don't have all the answers. I just know that my grandfather promised he wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, and he's kept that promise in the most extraordinary way. He's still here, still watching over all of us, still making his rounds to check on his family. Sometimes I wonder if he'll ever move on, or if he'll keep visiting until we're all gone too. Part of me hopes he stays forever. The kids will grow up eventually, might stop seeing him, but I like knowing he's there. Just last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning and saw a figure standing in my doorway. It was just a silhouette, but I knew it was him. He lifted his hand in a little wave, then turned and walked down the hall toward the kids' rooms. I heard Tommy's door creak open, then Lily's. I fell back asleep with a smile on my face, knowing Papa was still on duty, still making his rounds, still saying hello instead of goodbye. Story 14. I've been staying at the Riverside Hotel since August for a long-term work project. Nothing fancy, just your standard chain hotel with the same boring beige walls, generic artwork, and that distinct hotel room smell that's somehow both clean and stale at the same time. Room 317. It's become like a second home. I've got my routine down, my stuff arranged just how I like it, and the staff even know me by name now. Michael, the guy who always asks for extra coffee packets. For months, everything was completely normal. Boring even. I'd wake up, work all day, come back, watch some TV, sleep, repeat. Sometimes I'd grab dinner at the hotel restaurant downstairs or order delivery. On weekends, I'd explore the area a bit or just catch up on sleep. That's it. Nothing weird, nothing out of place. Until last Tuesday. I should mention, I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal, ghost stories, hauntings, all that stuff. I've always thought it was just people's imaginations running wild or trying to explain away normal things they don't understand. I'm a systems analyst. I deal with facts, data, logical explanations. At least, that's how I was before Tuesday. It was around 3:40 in the morning when I woke up. Not gradually, but suddenly. Like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. The room was dark, except for the faint glow from my phone charger and the thin strip of hallway light coming in under the door. The first thing I noticed was the sound. Footsteps, but not normal ones. Wet, squishy footsteps like someone walking in soaked boots. That distinct squish squeak of wet rubber on tile. The sound was coming from inside my room, near the entryway where there's a small kitchenette area with a mini fridge and microwave. I remember lying there completely confused because the floor in that area is tile, but the hallway outside is fully carpeted. So there's no way someone could have walked in with wet shoes from the hall. And why would anyone be in my room at all? My heart was suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pushed myself up on my elbows, thinking maybe I'd left the TV on and was hearing something from that. But no, the TV was off, and the footsteps were unmistakably real. Slow, deliberate steps moving around the kitchenette area. I stared toward the entrance of my room, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. The layout of the room is pretty simple. Door at one end, leading into a short hallway with the bathroom on the right. Then opening up to the main room with the bed facing the TV and a counter with the kitchenette stuff on the left. That's when I saw it. There was a section near the counter that seemed darker than the rest of the room. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, or maybe it was just a shadow from the furniture. But as I kept looking, the darkness started to take shape. It wasn't just dark, it was like a void, absorbing what little light there was in the room. People talk about the color black, but this was something else entirely, like that Vantablack material you see in science videos that absorbs 99.9% of light. No definition, no reflection, just absence. And it was shaped like a person, a tall figure standing with its back to me, leaning slightly over the counter. I couldn't make out any features or clothing, just this human-shaped void of darkness. I froze, completely and utterly froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. My brain was cycling through explanations. It's a shadow, it's a hallucination, I'm still dreaming. But none of them stuck, because I was awake and it was there, and those wet footsteps had stopped the moment I'd sat up. I don't know how long I stared at it. Probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, My survival instinct kicked in, and I reached for the lamp on my nightstand, my hand shaking so badly I could barely find the switch. I didn't take my eyes off the figure until the very last second when I had to look down to turn on the light. The lamp clicked on, and I snapped my head back up, ready to face whatever was in my room. But there was nothing there. The counter area was empty. No dark figure, no intruder, nothing out of place. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the hum of the mini fridge. I sat there for several minutes, lamp on, scanning every corner of the room. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, that I'd been half asleep and had a weird waking dream. But the image of that figure was burned into my mind, too vivid, too real to dismiss. Eventually, I got up the courage to check the bathroom. I grabbed my phone to use as an extra light and walked over, heart still racing. I pushed the door open with my foot, flipped on the light, and looked behind the shower curtain. Empty. I went back to the main room and checked every possible hiding place. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. The door was still locked from the inside, chains still in place. There was no way anyone could have entered or left without me noticing. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to process what had happened. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe the stress of the project was getting to me. I almost had myself convinced it was just a weird sleep thing when I remembered something that made my blood run cold. The week before, I'd found a small puddle of water on the bathroom floor when I came back from work. At the time, I figured housekeeping had been sloppy after cleaning. Or maybe there was a small leak from the sink I hadn't noticed. I'd just thrown a towel over it and forgotten about it. But now, remembering those wet, squishy footsteps, I couldn't get back to sleep facing the room. I turned around so my back was to the door and pulled the covers up to my chin like a kid hiding from monsters. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I turned around, that figure would be there again, watching me. I must have eventually dozed off from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I remember is jolting awake again. No sound this time, but a sensation, a strange tingling on my right hip and leg, like static electricity, or the lightest possible pressure of fingertips barely touching my skin through the blanket. I went completely rigid. The feeling moved slowly up my side, feather-light but unmistakable. It wasn't the blanket shifting or my clothes bunching up. It was deliberate, like something was touching me, exploring. I wanted to scream, to jump out of bed, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The pressure continued across my hip and then suddenly stopped. The room felt different then, emptier somehow, like when you're alone in a house and can just sense that no one else is there anymore. I lay there until my alarm went off at 6:30, not moving, barely breathing. When daylight finally came through the curtains, I got up and inspected the room again. Still nothing out of place, no wet footprints, no evidence that anything had been there. I went to work that day in a daze. I couldn't focus on anything, just kept replaying what had happened over and over in my mind. I thought about asking to change rooms but felt stupid. What would I say? I need a new room because a shadow person with wet feet was in my room last night. They'd think I was crazy, so I stayed in 317. I told myself it was a one-time thing, just my imagination or some weird half-asleep hallucination. I left all the lights on that night and put a chair against the door, even though I knew it hadn't come through the door. Nothing happened the second night or the third. I started to relax a little, convince myself it had been nothing. But last night, I woke up at exactly 3:40 again. No footsteps this time, but that same sense of presence. I kept my eyes closed, too terrified to look, but I could feel it. That void in the room, something watching me. The air felt heavy, charged, like right before a lightning strike. And then there was that sound again. Not footsteps, but a soft, wet sound, like someone breathing through a mouthful of water. It was coming from the foot of my bed. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. I just lay there, heart hammering, pretending to be asleep while that wet breathing sound slowly moved around the side of the bed. It stopped right next to where my head was on the pillow, I could feel cold air on my face, like something was leaning over me. A drop of water hit my cheek. Cold, so cold it almost burned. Then another on my forehead. I kept my eyes shut so tight it hurt, silently begging for it to go away, to leave me alone. After what felt like forever, the presence receded. The breathing sound moved away, back toward the bathroom. I heard a single wet footstep on the tile, then nothing. When my alarm went off this morning, there was a small puddle of water on the floor next to my bed. The bathroom was completely dry. I'm writing this from a different hotel across town. I checked out of Riverside this morning, made up some excuse about needing to be closer to a different work site. The desk clerk didn't seem surprised. Apparently several guests have requested room changes from the third floor recently. I should have asked why, but honestly, I don't think I want to know. I still don't believe in ghosts, but whatever was in room 317, whatever left those puddles and made those wet footsteps and stood over me breathing water, it wasn't just in my head, and I'm never going back to find out what it was. Story 15. I've never been able to fully explain what happened to me when I was 10, and even now typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I've only told a few close friends about it over the years, but after what happened at my mom's place in Minnesota, I feel like I need to put this somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. This all went down in the summer of '97 when I was staying with my dad in North Dakota. He had this apartment in an old building on the outskirts of town. Not exactly the middle of nowhere, but definitely isolated enough to feel creepy even on a good day. The building itself was probably from the 50s or 60s, with that dingy beige paint job that never looks clean no matter how fresh it is. There was this weird plaque near the entrance that always gave me the creeps. It talked about how a church used to stand on that exact spot before burning down in the '30s. My dad never thought much of it, but something about living in a place built over the ashes of a church just felt wrong to me, even as a kid. Dad's apartment was on the third floor, and the stairwell always smelled like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. Kind of musty and sweet at the same time. The apartment itself wasn't much better. The walls were thin enough that you could hear the neighbors arguing or their TV blaring, but somehow the place still felt eerily quiet most of the time. That particular day, Dad had to work a double shift at the factory. It wasn't unusual for me to be alone for a few hours, especially during summer break. I was pretty independent for a 10-year-old, I guess. I spent most of the afternoon on our chunky old computer, browsing GeoCities sites and playing simple games. We had dial-up internet back then. Remember that screeching connection sound? I was actually looking up cheat codes for Doom when I realized it was getting dark outside. I decided I'd ride my bike over to my grandma's house a few blocks away. Dad was cool with me going there whenever I wanted, and Grandma always had those rectangle pizzas with the little cubed pepperoni that I loved. I grabbed my backpack, threw in my Game Boy, and headed for the door. I got all the way outside and halfway down the first flight of stairs when I realized I'd forgotten to lock the apartment door. Dad was always super strict about locking up. "This isn't the safest area, Jake," he'd remind me at least once a day. So I trudged back up the stairs, annoyed at myself. When I got back to our door, I didn't notice anything weird at first. I just grabbed the knob, turned it and pushed the door open, but as soon as I stepped inside, I felt it. You know how sometimes you can just feel when something isn't right? Like the air is different somehow? That's when I heard it, this rustling sound coming from the kitchen. It sounded exactly like someone digging through those plastic grocery bags my dad kept under the sink. My first thought was that maybe Dad had come home early, but his work boots weren't by the door where he always left them. I called out, "Dad," but got no response. The rustling continued. I took a few more steps into the apartment, and that's when I saw it. There was someone, standing by our kitchen counter. At first glance, it looked like a man in a cowboy hat, but as my eyes focused, I realized this wasn't a normal person at all. It was like a cutout, a completely flat, pitch-black silhouette leaning against our counter. Not just dark-skinned or wearing black clothes, but actually black, like void of all light black. It had the shape of a person, but no depth to it, no texture, no features, except for the eyes and the smile. When it turned to look at me, I saw its eyes, stark white against that impossible blackness. Not like normal eyes with pupils or irises, just white, glowing spaces where eyes should be. And then it smiled, and I swear to God, it was the slowest, creepiest thing I've ever seen. This white line just appeared and curved upward, spreading across its featureless face. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt like my heart was going to explode in my chest. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple of seconds. Then it took a step toward me. I don't even remember deciding to run. My body just reacted. I slammed the door and bolted down the stairs, taking them 2, sometimes 3 at a time. I was so panicked I wasn't even looking where I was going, which is why I crashed straight into someone coming up. It was my dad. He'd gotten off work early after all and was on his way up. I crashed into him so hard I nearly knocked us both down the stairs, but he caught the railing. "Whoa, buddy. Where's the fire?" he laughed, but then he saw my face. "Jake, what's wrong?" I couldn't even form words at first. I just pointed up toward our apartment, shaking and trying to catch my breath. When I finally managed to speak, it all came out in a rush about someone being in our apartment, about the black figure with the white eyes and smile. Dad immediately went into protection mode. He told me to stay put while he checked it out, but I grabbed his arm and begged him not to go. I was terrified that whatever was up there would hurt him, but Dad insisted, saying he needed to make sure no one had broken in. I waited at the bottom of the stairs, ready to run for help if I needed to. Those few minutes felt like hours. When Dad finally came back down, he looked confused more than anything. "There's nobody up there, Jake." I checked everywhere. Closets, under the beds, behind the shower curtain. Nothing's been touched. The door was unlocked though, which we're going to talk about later. I tried to explain again what I'd seen, but I could tell he thought I'd just scared myself. He suggested maybe it was a shadow from the setting sun coming through the window, or that I'd been playing too many video games. Classic parent response, right? But I knew what I'd seen. That wasn't a shadow or my imagination. That thing had looked at me. It had smiled at me. Dad made me go back up to the apartment with him. I didn't want to, but he insisted, saying I needed to see for myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. The apartment looked normal, nothing out of place. The plastic bags under the sink were undisturbed. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept my little bedside lamp on and stared at my bedroom door until the sun came up. I never told Dad, but I swear I heard those plastic bags rustling again in the middle of the night, even though he checked and found nothing. For the rest of that summer, I refused to stay in the apartment alone. Dad had to adjust his work schedule, and I spent a lot more time at Grandma's. I never saw the shadow figure again at that apartment, and eventually we moved out when Dad got a better job in another town. I convinced myself it was just a weird childhood scare. Something my overactive imagination had cooked up. I almost managed to forget about it completely, until 7 years later. I was 17 then, living with my mom in Minnesota. We'd moved there when I was 14 after she remarried. One weekend, I had a couple of friends over for a sleepover, just playing video games, eating junk food, the usual teenage stuff. My friend Chris had never been to our house before. Around 1 in the morning, Chris went to the kitchen to grab more sodas from the pantry. He was gone longer than made sense for just getting drinks. When he came back, his face was pale, and he looked seriously freaked out. "Dude, who's the weird guy in your pantry?" he asked, his voice shaking a little. My other friend laughed, thinking Chris was trying to scare us, but I felt a chill run down my spine. "What weird guy?" "The black shadow dude with the white eyes," Chris said. "He was just standing in there, staring at me when I opened the door. Then he smiled. It was creepy as hell. I felt like someone had dumped ice water over me." I'd never told Chris about what I'd seen in North Dakota. Never told anyone in Minnesota about it. There's no way he could have known. The three of us went to check the pantry together, but of course there was nothing there. My mom and stepdad were asleep upstairs and definitely hadn't been in the kitchen. The doors and windows were all locked. After my friends left the next day, Chris pulled me aside and made me promise not to tell anyone he'd freaked out over nothing. He was embarrassed and trying to laugh it off. But before he left, he asked me, "Your house isn't built on some old cemetery or something, is it?" It wasn't. But that old apartment in North Dakota had been built over a church. I don't know what that shadow figure was. I don't know why it appeared to me as a child and then to my friend years later and hundreds of miles away. Was it following me? Was it just a coincidence that we both saw something similar? All I know is that sometimes, even now, I hear rustling in my kitchen when I'm home alone. I never check anymore. I just leave the house and don't come back until someone else is home. Because I can't shake the feeling that one day I'll open a door and it'll be there waiting for me with those white eyes and that slow, terrible smile. Story 16. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but I'm desperate for answers, or maybe just someone who's gone through the same thing. I don't even know if what I'm experiencing is still just sleep paralysis anymore. Let me start by saying I'm not some unstable person looking for attention. I'm 30 years old, work a steady night shift job at the warehouse in Oak Ridge, don't do drugs, don't even drink much these days. Nothing in my medical history that would explain what's been happening. I've had occasional sleep paralysis episodes since college. The standard can't move for a few seconds while waking up thing that many people get. Nothing I couldn't handle, but what happened last week was different. So different that I haven't had a proper night's sleep since. It started after a particularly exhausting shift. I got home around 7 in the morning, barely managed to kick off my shoes before collapsing on my bed. I remember checking my phone, 7:23, before my eyes shut themselves. I woke up less than an hour later. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. That distinct heaviness in my limbs, the awareness that I was awake but couldn't move. Classic sleep paralysis, right? Except this time, I had this overwhelming certainty that I wasn't alone in my room. My eyes could move, and I could see clearly. Sunlight was filtering through my blinds, so the room wasn't dark. I scanned as much as I could without being able to move my head. Nothing visible, but the sensation of a presence was so strong it made my skin crawl. Like when someone's standing right behind you, and you just know they're there without seeing them. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 15 seconds, the paralysis broke. I sat up gasping, checked my entire apartment. Empty, of course. Doors locked, windows closed. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just an especially vivid episode. I was still exhausted, so I tried to go back to sleep. Big mistake. Less than 5 minutes after closing my eyes, it happened again. The paralysis, the certainty of a presence. This time, it felt closer, not across the room, but right next to my bed. Again, I could see nothing when my eyes darted around, but the feeling was unmistakable. This pattern repeated for over an hour. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd jolt awake, paralyzed, with that same terrifying sensation. Each time, the presence felt closer, more tangible. I gave up on sleep and just stayed up watching mindless videos on my phone until evening. That night, I crashed at my buddy Dave's place, thinking maybe there was something in my apartment causing this. Carbon monoxide, mold, whatever. Dave has this uncomfortable futon, but I was so sleep-deprived I didn't care. Around 3 in the morning, it happened again. This time, I was lying on my stomach when the paralysis hit, and this time I felt it, actually felt it. Something was right next to me. I could sense its weight shifting the mattress slightly. I couldn't turn my head to look. I couldn't even scream. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Then I heard it, this quiet but aggressive gust of air right against my ear. Not quite breathing, more like small, controlled bursts of wind, directly into my ear. The sound was so clear, so close. It wasn't coming from the apartment's ventilation or an open window. It was inches from my head. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, I nearly fell off the futon. Dave was snoring in his bedroom, completely unaware. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright in his kitchen, every light on, chugging coffee. The next day, I called in sick. Tried to research what could be happening to me. Everything pointed to just severe sleep paralysis, maybe triggered by stress or exhaustion. But none of the articles mentioned the progression I was experiencing, how each episode was getting more intense, more physical. That night, despite my fear, exhaustion won out. I went back to my own place, thinking at least I'd be more comfortable, set up my phone to record while I slept, put on all the lights, even had the TV running for background noise. I crashed hard around midnight. When the paralysis hit this time, it was worse than anything before. I was on my back, and there was this pressure. Something was pushing down on my chest. Not like the vague heaviness that comes with normal sleep paralysis. This was concentrated, directed force. Like an enormous, invisible weight was pressing me into the mattress. I could still breathe, which was the only reason I didn't completely panic. But the sensation of being pinned down by something I couldn't see or fight was the most terrifying thing I've ever felt. It lasted longer too, maybe 40 seconds instead of the usual 10 or 15. When I could finally move, I scrambled for my phone to check the recording. Nothing unusual on video, no strange sounds, no movement in the room, just me, lying still, then suddenly gasping and sitting up. But I know what I felt. The episodes kept happening no matter where I slept, my place, Dave's futon, even when I broke down and got a motel room the next night. It wasn't the location. Whatever this is, it's following me. Last night was the breaking point. I'd managed to avoid sleeping for almost 36 hours. I was at that point of exhaustion where you start seeing things in your peripheral vision, where your thoughts stop making sense. I knew I had to sleep or I'd end up crashing my car or something worse. I took precautions, left all the lights on, positioned myself so I was sitting up against my headboard rather than lying flat. I even considered tying my arms to keep them from being pinned, but realized how dangerous that could be. Sleep came instantly, and so did the paralysis. But this time, I saw something. Just for a split second, as my eyes darted frantically around the room. A shadow, darker than the darkness, moving across my ceiling, not cast by anything. It was there, on the ceiling itself, flowing like ink in water. And then came the weight on my chest again, but heavier this time. So heavy I worried my ribs might crack. I couldn't even manage shallow breaths. My lungs burned. My vision started to dim around the edges. That's when I heard the voice. Not out loud. Not exactly. More like directly in my head, bypassing my ears entirely. A whisper that wasn't really a whisper, in words that weren't quite words. I can't reproduce it exactly. It was like hearing something in a language you don't speak, but somehow still understanding the intent behind it, and the intent was clear. It was aware of me, not just present in my room, but aware of me specifically, communicating deliberately. The pressure increased even more. Stars burst behind my eyes from lack of oxygen. Just when I thought I might actually die there, paralyzed in my own bed, it released. The pressure vanished all at once. I sucked in air so violently I nearly vomited. I checked the time, 4:17 in the morning. The episode had lasted almost 6 minutes, according to my phone's recording. That was 8 hours ago. I haven't tried to sleep since. I'm sitting in a 24-hour diner right now, on my 4th cup of coffee, typing this out, because I don't know what else to do. I'm terrified of what happens if I sleep again. Each episode has been worse than the last. More physical, more deliberate. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to find explanations. Stress, exhaustion. Maybe I'm developing some kind of seizure disorder, but another part of me knows this isn't medical. The progression feels purposeful. The way it's escalating feels like it's building towards something. I've tried everything I can think of. Sleeping with lights on, sleeping in different positions, different locations, recording myself, even wearing a crucifix my mom gave me years ago. I'm not religious, but I was desperate. Nothing helps, nothing stops it, and it's getting stronger. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't stay awake forever. But I'm starting to think that whatever is happening during these episodes, it's not just my brain misfiring during the sleep cycle. I think something is using that vulnerable state to, I don't even know, reach me, study me, hurt me. Has anyone else experienced sleep paralysis that progresses like this? That becomes more physical, more interactive over time, that follows you no matter where you sleep? I'm sitting here watching the sun set through the diner window. Night is coming. I'm going to have to sleep eventually. And I'm terrified of what's waiting for me when I do. Update. It's almost midnight now. The diner's closing. My eyes keep shutting on their own. I can't fight it much longer. I'll check back tomorrow, if I can. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts before we moved to the century-old house on Willow Lane in Millfield. I'd roll my eyes at ghost stories and laugh at those ghost hunting shows on TV. But what happened in that house changed everything for me. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, even though it's been almost 2 years since we moved in. It started during our first house viewing. Mom was ecstatic about the place. It had that character she always talked about wanting. Dad was focused on the plumbing and electrical work, typical dad stuff. My little brother Jake was running around opening every cabinet and closet door like he always does. But I noticed something right away. Something off. I was standing in the living room when I saw this white cat dart across the floor and disappear behind the couch. I thought it was cute and followed it, but when I looked behind the furniture, nothing was there. Weird, but I figured it was just quick. Then in the kitchen, I spotted a grey cat sitting by the back door, staring out the window. I remember thinking it was strange that the cats were left loose during a house showing. When the owner, Mrs. Hayworth, was showing us the upstairs, I casually mentioned that I liked her cats. She gave me this strange look and said, "I only have one cat, dear. Smokey. He's in the carrier in my car." A chill ran through me, but I brushed it off. Maybe I'd seen a neighborhood cat through the window. That had to be it, right? We moved in 2 weeks later. The previous owner, Mrs. Hayworth, had moved to a retirement community after her husband passed away. She seemed relieved to be leaving, which should have been our first clue. The second night in the house, I woke up around 6 in the morning to my cat, Luna, meowing frantically at my bedroom door. She kept looking back at me, and then at the door, like she was trying to warn me about something. I was groggy, but got up to see what she wanted. When I opened my door, I froze. There, at the end of the hallway, was a man. Not just any man, a partially transparent man. He was wearing a flannel shirt, old pants, and Wellington boots. The weirdest part? His feet weren't touching the ground. He was hovering maybe an inch or two above the floorboards. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. He turned his head slowly and looked directly at me. His eyes, God, his eyes were so empty but somehow still sad. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then he just turned away, walked down the corridor toward my parents' room, and vanished into thin air, not through a door or around a corner. He literally dissipated like smoke. I ran to my mum's room so fast I nearly tripped. I dove under her covers with all the lights on and stayed there until the sun was fully up. When I told my parents what I'd seen, they tried to convince me it was just a dream or my imagination running wild in a new house. But I knew what I saw. Luna knew too. She wouldn't stop staring at that hallway for hours afterward. A few days later, we met our neighbor, Mrs. Collins, who'd lived next door for 40 years. When Mum mentioned we'd moved into the old Hayworth place, Mrs. Collins got this look on her face. She said, "Oh, poor Arthur, such a shame how he went." When we asked who Arthur was, she told us he was Mr. Hayworth, who died in the house about a year before we moved in. Heart attack, she said. Apparently, he was a gardener and was always puttering around in those old Wellington boots of his. My blood ran cold. I hadn't known any of this when I saw him. Things got weirder from there. I was helping Mom unpack some boxes in the basement when we found a photo album. Inside were pictures of the Hayworths from years ago, and there he was, Arthur Hayworth, wearing the exact same flannel shirt and Wellington boots I'd seen him in. Mom saw my face go pale and finally started to believe me. We also learned from Mrs. Collins that the Hayworths had 9 cats over the years. 8 of them had died in the house before Mrs. Hayworth moved out with Smokey, the last surviving one. The grey cat I'd seen during our house tour, Mrs. Collins identified it from my description as Pepper, who had died just 3 weeks before our viewing. The worst revelation came when Dad was chatting with the moving guys. One of them mentioned that Mrs. Hayworth had left most of the furniture because she was downsizing to a small apartment. That's when it hit me. My bed frame, the antique oak one I thought was so pretty, it was the same bed Arthur Hayworth had died in. I wanted to move rooms immediately, but with 4 of us in a 3-bedroom house, my parents, me and Jake, there wasn't really anywhere else for me to go. Dad offered to buy me a new bed, but money was tight after the move, so I just got a new mattress instead. Things calmed down for a while. I'd occasionally glimpse something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a flash of white or grey fur, but nothing as clear as that first encounter. I started to think maybe the house was settling down with us there. Then my grandfather came to stay for a few weeks. He wasn't doing well health-wise, and my parents thought a change of scenery might help. Since I had the biggest bedroom besides my parents', I gave Grandpa my room and slept on the couch in the den. 3 nights into his stay, I woke up around 2 in the morning to get some water. As I passed my bedroom, I heard Grandpa talking to someone. Thinking he might need help, I peeked in. What I saw makes my skin crawl even now. Grandpa was sitting up in bed, nodding and speaking clearly to 2 figures standing at the foot of the bed. One was a woman dressed entirely in black, like a mourning outfit from 100 years ago. The other was a man, Arthur Hayworth. They seemed to be having a conversation about the house, discussing changes and renovations as if they were giving Grandpa a tour of their home. I must have made a sound because all 3 of them turned to look at me. Grandpa smiled and said, "Emma, come meet the nice couple who built this house." But the woman in black just stared at me with hollow eyes, and Arthur gave me that same sad look from before. I backed away and ran to wake my parents. By the time we returned, Grandpa was asleep, and the figures were gone. When we asked him about it the next morning, he had no recollection of the conversation. Grandpa died in my bed 3 days later. Heart failure, just like Arthur Hayworth. After that, my parents finally took my experiences seriously. My brother Jake, who had previously teased me about being scared, admitted that he'd seen the woman in black standing in his doorway multiple times, but was too afraid to say anything. Dad contacted a medium recommended by Mrs. Collins, who came to bless the house. The medium, Madame Rosa, walked through every room with sage and holy water. She stopped in my bedroom the longest, her face grim. She told us the house had a thin veil between worlds and that multiple spirits were trapped there. The Hayworths were just the most recent. She said the woman in black was from the early 1900s, one of the original owners who had lost 3 children to influenza in the house. According to Madame Rosa, the spirits weren't malevolent, just lost and confused, especially the cats. She said animals often stay behind when they have strong attachments to places or people. The blessing seemed to help for a while. The atmosphere felt lighter, and I moved back into my room with a completely new bed this time. But it didn't last. Luna, my cat, still regularly stands in the hallway, meowing at nothing. She'll follow invisible things with her eyes, tracking movements none of us can see. Sometimes she'll play, batting at the air, as if chasing a toy or another cat. The worst is when I'm home alone. I'll hear distinctive meowing, Not Luna's normal sound, but something deeper, almost demonic. The first time I heard it, I thought Luna was hurt and ran to find her. She was fast asleep on my parents' bed, not making a sound. The meowing continued from downstairs, right in front of me. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel a presence brushing against my legs. At night, we all hear it. Someone shuffling items around, running up and down the hallways, heavy footsteps upstairs when everyone is downstairs, and vice versa. Things disappear and reappear in different places. The TV turns on by itself. Doors open and close on their own. Last month I was studying late in my room when I felt something sit on the edge of my bed. The mattress depressed, and I felt what seemed like a hand pat my foot through the blanket. I held my breath, too terrified to look up from my textbook. Then my desk lamp flickered 3 times and went out, despite being plugged in and having a new bulb. My parents have talked about moving, but the housing market is terrible right now, and we've already put so much money into renovations. Plus, Dad lost his job last year and just found a new one nearby. We're stuck here, at least for now. Sometimes I wonder if the house will ever let us go. Mrs. Collins told us that no family has stayed in this house longer than 5 years since the 1970s. Everyone leaves eventually. I think the house keeps a piece of everyone who lives here, and everyone who dies here. Last week, I saw Arthur again. He was standing in the garden looking up at my window. When our eyes met, he pointed to something in the ground near the old oak tree. I haven't worked up the courage to look yet. Some things are better left buried, I think. The century-old house on Willow Lane refuses to release its previous inhabitants. They're trapped between worlds, and sometimes I wonder if we're becoming trapped too. I feel the house watching us, waiting. For what? I don't know. But I sleep with the lights on now, and I never ever look down the hallway when I hear footsteps at night. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened that night in Millbrook. It's been 6 months, but I can't stop thinking about it. The memory follows me everywhere. At school, when I'm trying to sleep, even when I'm hanging out with my friends, especially with those 2 friends who were with me. It was a warm Friday night in May. I was 13, bored out of my mind because my parents wouldn't let me go to Sarah's birthday party. They said I was grounded for getting a D in math, which was total BS because I'd already brought it up to a C+, whatever. My bedroom window faces our backyard and the fence that separates our property from Westfield Middle School. I'd snuck out plenty of times before. It was easy. My parents always went to bed around 9, and they slept like rocks. I just had to wait until 9:30, slide my window open, climb down using the garden trellis, and I was free. That night I texted Jake and Mia around 9:15. Parents asleep yet. Meet at the field in 20. They lived just a few houses down in our development. Our neighborhood is one of those cookie-cutter suburban places where all the houses look basically the same. 2 stories, attached garages, tiny yards with perfectly cut grass. The kind of place where nothing interesting ever happens. Jake texted back first. I'm in, bringing my new flashlight. Mia took longer to respond. Mum's still awake, but I'll sneak out when she goes to her room. I waited until 9:30, then quietly slid my window open. The trellis creaked a little as I climbed down, and I froze for a second, worried my dad might hear. When nothing happened, I dropped the last few feet to the soft grass and headed for the back fence. There's this loose board we discovered last summer that you can push aside just enough to squeeze through. It leads directly to the soccer field behind Westfield Middle. The school was dark and empty, just a big shadow against the night sky. Jake was already waiting by the bleachers when I got there, playing with his new flashlight, one of those super bright tactical ones his older brother had given him. "Check it out," he said, shining it toward the woods at the far end of the field. "This thing can light up stuff like 100 yards away." I had to admit it was pretty impressive. Just don't shine it at any houses or someone might call the cops. Mia showed up about 10 minutes later, out of breath. Sorry, she whispered. My mum took forever to go to her room. We didn't have any real plan for what to do. That was kind of the point. Just being out when we weren't supposed to be was exciting enough. We sat on the bleachers for a while, talking about school and complaining about teachers. Jake showed us this stupid TikTok dance he'd been practicing. Mia and I tried to copy it, but we kept laughing too hard to get it right. At some point, I checked my phone. It was 9:50 already. Crap, I said. I should probably head back before my parents check on me. Jake groaned. Come on, it's Friday. They're probably passed out by now. I shook my head. Not worth the risk. My dad said if I get in trouble again, he's taking my phone for a month. Mia stood up. Yeah, I should go too. My mom sometimes checks on me before she goes to sleep. Jake shrugged. Fine. Wimps. We walked together to the edge of the field and then split up. Jake and Mia heading toward the front of the school to go around to their street, and me going back through the fence to my yard. That's when things got weird. I'd just squeezed through the fence and was walking across our backyard toward the trellis when I heard it. At first, I thought maybe it was a cat fighting or something. This hoarse, barely audible sound in the distance. It was so faint I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it, but then it came again, a little louder, and this time I knew it wasn't a cat. It was a scream, a human scream, but wrong somehow, like someone was trying to scream but couldn't get enough air. It sounded dry and scratchy, like sandpaper on wood. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart suddenly pounding. Our neighborhood was always super quiet at night. You'd occasionally hear a dog bark or a car drive by, but that was it. This sound, it didn't belong here. I stood frozen, straining to hear if it would come again. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just crickets and the distant hum of the highway. Then it came again, louder this time, and I realized it was getting closer. That's when I felt the first real rush of fear hit me. Not the fake kind of fear you get watching horror movies, but actual physical fear, the kind that makes your stomach drop and your mouth go dry. I took a step toward the house and then heard it again. A fourth time. And this time, I couldn't pretend it was anything other than what it was. A scream that sounded barely human. I turned to look down the street, past the side of our house. That's when I saw it. Under the yellowish glow of a street lamp about 6 houses down, there was something white. Moving. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, but not quite. It was tall and thin, too thin, and it seemed to be gliding between the houses. As it moved from one yard to another, it let out another one of those horrible screams, and then it stopped right under the streetlight, and I swear to God, it turned and looked right at me. I couldn't see a face. It was too far away and too dark, but I knew it saw me. I just knew. My entire body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like my brain had short-circuited from fear. The thing, whatever it was, stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it moved again, faster this time, darting between 2 houses and disappearing. That broke my paralysis. I ran, actually ran, to the trellis and scrambled up it so fast I scraped both my hands raw. I practically dove through my window, slammed it shut and locked it. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to text both Jake and Mia. Did you guys hear that screaming? Jake responded immediately. Dude, WTF was that? Mia, Alex, I'm scared. It was so loud. We're still at the field. My fingers were trembling as I typed. I saw it down the street, white thing running between houses. Jake, what do you mean you saw it? What was it? I didn't know how to answer that. What had I seen? A person, a ghost, some kind of animal? Nothing made sense. I called Jake's phone. He answered on the first ring. Where are you guys? I whispered, terrified my parents would hear me. Still at the edge of the field, Jake whispered back. We heard the screaming and freaked out. It was super loud from here, like really fucking loud, Alex. I could hear Mia crying in the background. Listen, I said. Run to my backyard. Now, stay there and I'll come down. I heard my mom's bedroom door open and quickly ended the call. I jumped into bed and pretended to be asleep just as she peeked into my room. Alex, are you awake? She whispered. I fake stirred and mumbled something. Just checking on you, she said, and closed the door. I waited until I heard her go back to her room, then texted Jake, "Be right down, Mom checked on me." I waited another 5 minutes, then crept back to the window. Looking out into the yard, I could see Jake and Mia huddled by the fence. I opened the window just enough to shout to them, "Did you hear it again?" Jake looked up, his face pale even in the darkness. No. But Alex, what the hell was that? It sounded like, I don't even know. I'm coming down, I said. This time, climbing down the trellis was even scarier. Every creak made me freeze. Every shadow seemed to move. When I finally reached the ground, I ran to Jake and Mia. Mia was still crying softly. I want to go home, she whispered. I know, I said. But whatever that was, it was moving around between the houses. I don't think you should walk home. Can you call your parents? Jake asked me. I shook my head. They'd kill me for sneaking out, and they wouldn't believe us about whatever that was. We decided to call Jake's older brother, but he didn't answer. Finally, Mia called her mom. Mom, she said, her voice shaking. Can you come get me from Alex's house? We were just hanging out in the backyard and lost track of time. Her mom was mad, but she said she'd come. The three of us huddled in my backyard, jumping at every little sound until headlights appeared in front of my house. Text me when you get home, I told them, and watched as they ran to Mia's mum's car. I climbed back up to my room and spent the entire night with my blanket pulled up to my chin, staring at the window, terrified that thing, whatever it was, would somehow appear there. The next morning, I woke up exhausted. For a few blissful seconds, I thought maybe it had all been a nightmare. Then I saw the scrapes on my hands from climbing the trellis and the text messages on my phone and knew it had been real. Jake, Mia, and I met up at the park that afternoon. None of us had slept well. We tried to make sense of what we'd heard and what I'd seen. Maybe it was just some drunk person, Mia suggested half-heartedly. Jake shook his head. No way. That scream. That wasn't normal. And what I saw wasn't normal either, I added. It didn't move like a person, and it was so white, like unnaturally white. For the next 5 days, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing standing under the streetlight, turning to look at me. I kept my window locked and my curtains drawn. I made excuses not to walk home alone from school. I jumped at every strange sound. We looked online for any news reports about strange sightings in Millbrook, but found nothing. We asked other kids at school if they'd heard anything weird Friday night, but no one had. It's been 6 months now, and nothing like that has happened again. But I still can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw that night is still out there somewhere. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear that dry, scratchy scream in the distance. And I wonder if it's looking for us. I've never told my parents. What would I even say? I snuck out and saw a ghost. They'd just think I was making excuses for breaking the rules. Jake, Mia, and I don't talk about it much anymore. But I know they think about it too. I can see it in their eyes sometimes when we walk past the soccer field or when we hear a strange sound at night. I don't know what we encountered that night in Millbrook. I don't know if it was some kind of creature or a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real and it changed something in me. I used to think I understood the world and how it worked. Now I'm not so sure. Story 19. I've lived in Blackwood Forest Apartments for about 7 years now, and I've always known something was different about this place. Nothing scary or threatening, just little things. Objects not being exactly where I left them. The occasional footsteps when I'm alone. Sometimes I'd feel like someone was watching me, but in a weirdly comforting way. I know that sounds crazy, but it never bothered me. I'm a major introvert and homebody, so my apartment has always been my safe space, my sanctuary from the outside world and all its chaos. That is, until Amber moved in. Amber and I had been friends in college. Not super close, but we'd hung out in the same group and stayed in touch through social media over the years. When she messaged me saying she was going through a rough patch and needed a place to crash for a bit, I didn't hesitate to offer my spare room. I even told her she could stay rent-free for the first month while she got back on her feet. I even helped her get a job at the marketing firm where I work. I'm an account manager, and she got hired in the creative department. I vouched for her and everything. Looking back, I should have noticed the red flags right away. Amber showed up with 4 massive suitcases and immediately started rearranging my furniture without asking. She claimed the bathroom counter space like it was her divine right, spreading her makeup and skincare products everywhere. She'd leave her dirty dishes in the sink for days. She'd blast music at all hours, even when I told her I needed quiet to work from home. She'd borrow my clothes without asking and return them with stains or stretched out. But the thing that drove me absolutely insane was how she deliberately tried to make me angry just for her own entertainment. See, I grew up in the South but have lived in the Northeast for years, so my accent is mostly gone, except when I get really upset or angry. Then suddenly, I sound like I just stepped off a plantation porch. Amber thought this was hilarious and would intentionally do things to trigger it. "Oh my God, say that again." She'd laugh when I was legitimately upset about something she'd done. "Your accent is so cute when you're mad." It wasn't cute, it was humiliating, and the more frustrated I got, the more she seemed to enjoy it. After about 3 weeks of this, I started noticing a change in the apartment. The air felt heavy, pressurized, like right before a thunderstorm. The usual ambient noises of the building seemed muffled. Even the light seemed different, dimmer somehow, even though all the bulbs were working fine. The day everything changed was exactly 1 month after Amber moved in. We'd agreed she'd start paying half the rent and utilities in month 2. I'd reminded her the night before, and she'd promised the money would be in my account by noon. But when I checked at 3 in the afternoon, nothing. When I texted her about it, she sent back, "Chill, I'll get to it when I get to it. Don't go all Southern Belle on me, lol." I was in the kitchen making dinner when she came home from work. Without even saying hello, she went straight to the fridge and grabbed the carton of eggs I'd just bought. I hadn't even put my groceries away yet. "I'm making myself an omelette," she announced, not asking, just telling me. "I was planning to use those for breakfast meal prep," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can buy more," she shrugged, taking out a mixing bowl. "It's not like they're expensive." "That's not the point," I said, feeling my accent starting to slip. "We agreed you'd start contributing to groceries this month too, remember?" She rolled her eyes dramatically. "God, you're so uptight about everything. It's just eggs." She was holding the carton carelessly, waving it around as she spoke. I felt this surge of anger rise up in me, hot and overwhelming. In my head, I thought very clearly, "I hope that gets smacked out of your hand." And then it happened. The egg carton suddenly flew from Amber's grasp, like someone had slapped it away. All 18 eggs crashed to the floor, splattering everywhere. The carton itself landed nearly 6 feet away. Amber stood there, mouth hanging open. "What the fuck, did you see that?" I was equally shocked, but tried not to show it. "See what? You dropped the eggs." "I didn't drop them," she insisted, looking genuinely freaked out. "Something knocked them out of my hand. Didn't you see it?" "There's nobody here but us," I said, handing her paper towels. "Clean it up, please." She muttered under her breath the whole time she cleaned, shooting me suspicious glances. I pretended to be focused on making dinner, but inside I was reeling. Had I somehow caused that to happen, or was it just a weird coincidence? But it wasn't a coincidence, because it kept happening. The next day, Amber was holding her expensive phone while sitting on the couch, scrolling and ignoring me while I tried to talk to her about the rent situation again. Mid-sentence, her phone suddenly flew from her hands, skidding across the hardwood floor and cracking the screen. "What the hell?" she shrieked, jumping up. "Did you see that?" "See what?" I asked innocently. Something hit my hand. It felt like someone slapped my phone away. 3 days later, she was doing her makeup in the bathroom when her brand new palette of eyeshadows, the super expensive kind, went flying off the counter and into the toilet. She came storming out, dripping wet from fishing it out, accusing me of rigging some kind of prank. "How would I even do that?" I asked. "I was in the living room the whole time." The incidents escalated from there. Her coffee mug would suddenly tip over, spilling onto her laptop. Her hairbrush would fly out of her hand mid-stroke. Once, she was in the shower and screamed bloody murder. When I rushed in, she was sprawled in the tub, claiming something had pushed her. "This place is haunted," she finally declared about 2 weeks into this. "Why didn't you tell me your apartment has a fucking ghost?" I shrugged. "I've lived here for 7 years and never had any problems." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Are you doing this somehow? Is this some weird revenge because I was late with rent?" "How exactly would I be doing this?" I asked calmly. "Do you think I have telekinetic powers I've been hiding all this time?" The truly bizarre thing was that nothing ever happened to my stuff. Not once. Only Amber's things were affected, and only when she was being particularly obnoxious or disrespectful. After a while, I couldn't deny the pattern. Whatever was happening seemed targeted. After a month of this, Amber couldn't take it anymore. She hadn't paid a cent toward rent or utilities despite working full-time now, and the ghost attacks, as she called them, were getting more frequent. She announced she was moving back to her mum's house. "This place is fucked up," she told me as she packed. "And honestly, I think you're fucked up too. I think you know exactly what's going on." I helped her carry her bags to her car, feeling a strange mix of relief and confusion. As I handed her the last suitcase, I said, "Maybe whatever's in the apartment just didn't like how you were treating me." She slammed the trunk shut. "Are you seriously suggesting your apartment has some kind of protective ghost? That's insane." I shrugged. 7 years, not a single weird thing happened to me. You show up, start being a total nightmare roommate, and suddenly things are flying out of your hands. Draw your own conclusions. She drove off, flipping me the bird as she left. I thought that would be the end of it. But about a week later, I got a panicked call from Amber at 2 in the morning. "It followed me," she sobbed. "The ghost or whatever. It's here at my mum's house. My hairdryer just flew across the bathroom and nearly hit me in the face." Over the next few months, I got sporadic texts and calls from her describing similar incidents. Her food would suddenly spoil overnight. Her clothes would be found scattered all over her room when she came home. Once, she claimed all the framed photos of her were found facing the wall one morning. The strange thing is, after about 3 months, the incident stopped completely. She called me, calmer than before, to tell me everything had gone back to normal. "Did you do something?" she asked suspiciously. "Did you call off your ghost or whatever?" "I didn't do anything," I told her honestly. "Maybe it just wanted to make sure you learned your lesson." "What lesson?" she snapped. "About respecting other people's spaces and belongings, about keeping your promises." There was a long silence on the other end. Finally, she said, "I wasn't that bad," but her voice lacked conviction. "Goodbye, Amber," I said, and hung up. It's been about 6 months since then. My apartment feels peaceful again, back to the quiet sanctuary it always was. Sometimes I still hear the occasional footsteps or feel that comforting presence watching over me. Once in a while, I'll thank whatever it is out loud, though I feel a bit silly doing it. I don't know if my apartment is haunted or if I somehow manifested something with my anger. All I know is that for 7 years, before Amber and every day since she left, this place has been nothing but a safe haven for me. And apparently, whatever shares this space with me doesn't tolerate anyone disrespecting either of us. So if you're ever invited to stay at my place, just remember, be respectful, keep your promises, and maybe don't make fun of my accent when I'm angry. My roommates, the ones you can't see, might take offense. Story 20. I've never really talked about this before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or has some insight. 4 months ago, I moved back to my childhood home in Lakewood to help care for my dad. The doctors had given him 2 to 6 weeks to live. Cancer. It had spread everywhere. Hospice was coming daily, but Mom needed help, and I couldn't bear the thought of not being there. Our house has always had quirks. Nothing major, just the occasional odd noise or feeling of being watched. When I was 16, Mom and I were home alone when we distinctly heard the side door open and footsteps in the basement. We called the police, but they found no one, no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. We chalked it up to an old house settling. But what happened during those weeks with Dad was different. Something changed when I arrived. It was like whatever had been quietly existing in our house suddenly became active, almost agitated. The first night back, I was setting up my makeshift bedroom in the living room. Dad was now in my old bedroom on the main floor since he couldn't manage the stairs anymore. I was arranging my pillows when the overhead light flickered, then shut off completely. I figured it was a loose bulb, so I got up to check. Before I could reach the switch, it came back on, then off, then on again. 5 times it did this while I stood there, my hand frozen mid-air. I called the power company the next morning. No outages reported in our area. The electrician who came found nothing wrong with our wiring. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to a rhythmic banging sound. It was steady, deliberate, like someone knocking on a wall with their knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. I lay there, my heart racing, trying to place where it was coming from. The basement, maybe? I finally gathered the courage to get up and open my door. The second the door cracked open, the knocking stopped. Complete silence. I checked the entire main floor. Nothing out of place, no one there. When I returned to bed, the knocking never resumed. I didn't mention it to my parents the next day. Dad was having a rough morning, and Mom was already stretched thin with worry. But that evening, while I was helping Dad with his medication, he asked me, "Did you need something last night?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "Someone was knocking on my door," he said, 3 times. When I managed to get up and check, no one was there. I thought maybe it was you. I felt cold all over. "No, Dad, it wasn't me." "Must have been dreaming," he mumbled, but the look in his eyes told me he didn't believe that any more than I did. The incidents increased daily. Mom and I were in the kitchen making dinner when we both watched a wine bottle in the refrigerator spin, literally spin, until the label faced forward. It wasn't on a turntable or anything that could explain the movement. It just rotated on its own. Another day, Mom's dog was napping in the corner of the living room while we sat talking about Dad's medication schedule. The dog's rubber ball, which had been sitting motionless by his bed, suddenly rolled across the floor toward us. Not bounced, not wobbled. Rolled in a straight line as if someone had pushed it. The dog lifted his head and followed it with his eyes, whimpering softly. Dad's condition deteriorated quickly. By the end of the 2nd week, he was mostly sleeping, waking only for brief periods. The hospice nurse, a kind woman named Cheryl, commented on how cold my old bedroom felt compared to the rest of the house. "Does the heating vent work in here?" she asked. It did. I'd checked it multiple times because Dad kept complaining about the cold spots. One evening, Mom was at the grocery store, and I was sitting with Dad while he slept. I'd lit a few candles to make the room smell nicer. Dad always loved the scent of vanilla. I was reading a book when I heard my name being called from the hallway. It sounded like Mom, but I knew she wasn't home yet. I stepped out to check anyway. Nothing. The hallway was empty. When I returned to Dad's room, all 3 candles had gone out. I relit them, thinking maybe I'd been gone longer than I realized and they'd burned down. But when I checked the wicks, each one contained a dead fly in the middle of winter, in candles that had been burning for less than an hour. We hadn't seen a single fly in the house for months. I don't consider myself superstitious, but I began to wonder if the increasing activity had something to do with Dad's condition. It was as if the veil between living and dying was thinning, not just for him, but for our entire house. The night things reached their peak, I was alone with Dad. Mom had finally agreed to get some real sleep at my sister's house after staying awake for nearly 48 hours straight. Dad was restless that evening, drifting in and out of consciousness. Around midnight, he became suddenly lucid and grabbed my hand with surprising strength. "They're waiting," he said, his eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Who, Dad?" "In the basement. They've always been there. They're waiting for me." A chill ran down my spine. "There's nobody in the basement, Dad. It's just us." He shook his head weakly. "Not nobody. Somebody. They've been patient." He fell back asleep after that, his breathing shallow. I sat there holding his hand, afraid to move. The house felt different that night. Heavy, expectant, like the air before a thunderstorm. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the basement door open. The distinctive creak was unmistakable. I'd heard it thousands of times growing up. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate steps on the basement stairs, one at a time, ascending. I was frozen in place beside Dad's bed. My phone was in the living room. The hospice emergency number was on the fridge. I was completely alone with my dying father and whatever was climbing those stairs. The footsteps reached the top of the staircase and stopped. I heard the basement door close softly, then footsteps in the hallway coming toward Dad's room. My throat was dry, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn. Nothing happened for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath. Dad's too. His breathing had become more labored. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The door swung open. There was nothing there, nothing I could see anyway, but the cold intensified, and I know how this sounds, I felt something move past me. The air shifted as if someone had walked between me and Dad's bed. The hairs on my arms stood up. Dad's breathing suddenly calmed. "It's time," he whispered, though his eyes remained closed. The bedside lamp flickered, dimmed, and went out. In the darkness I heard a sound like whispers, multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, but clearly communicating. The digital clock by Dad's bed flashed midnight, though I knew it was past 2. Then Dad took a deep, clear breath, the kind he hadn't been able to take for weeks, and exhaled slowly. The room grew warmer. The lamp came back on. The clock corrected itself, and my father was gone. The hospice nurse told me later that it's not uncommon for the dying to speak about visitors or waiting people that the living can't see. She called it terminal lucidity, a brief period of clarity before death. She tried to comfort me by saying it was normal, natural even, but she wasn't there. She didn't hear the footsteps or feel the presence that moved through that room. She didn't see the lights flickering throughout the house for weeks or find dead flies in freshly lit candles. We held Dad's funeral a week later. The house has been quiet since. No more knocking, no more footsteps, no more objects moving on their own. Mom wants to sell the place, says it feels empty now, but I don't think it's empty at all. I think whatever was waiting for Dad is still there, back in its patient stillness, waiting for the next transition. I've thought about cleansing the house with sage, or calling in someone who deals with this sort of thing. But a part of me wonders if what happened was actually right, natural. As if death isn't just a medical event, but something more complex that ripples through the fabric of a place. I still can't explain what happened in those final weeks. All I know is that something was there with us, growing more present as Dad grew weaker. And on his last night, I believe it came to guide him somewhere else. Sometimes I dream about those footsteps on the stairs, and I wake up with the absolute certainty that I wasn't just hearing things, that we were never alone in that house, and that whatever was there knew exactly when it was time for Dad to go. Story 21. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family because, honestly, who would believe me? I'm still trying to make sense of it myself, even after all these years. But after what happened in Plymouth last summer, I can't keep pretending these are just coincidences. I was 7 years old when my parents took me to Yellowstone. It was the summer of 2012, and I remember being so excited about seeing Old Faithful. We were staying at the Old Faithful Inn, this massive wooden hotel that looks like something out of a fairy tale with all its timber beams and that huge stone fireplace in the lobby. The first day there, my mum was feeling sick from the altitude, so she stayed in our room to rest. Dad took me down to the lobby after lunch, saying we could explore a bit before the next geyser eruption. I remember wearing my favorite pink sneakers with the light-up heels and carrying this little stuffed wolf I'd begged my parents to buy me from the gift shop. The lobby was packed with tourists, everyone talking and taking photos. Dad was distracted, talking to the concierge about hiking trails, and I wandered a few feet away to look at the wooden railings on the balconies above. That's when I first saw him. He was standing at the bottom of the main staircase, a boy maybe a year older than me, with dark hair and these weird old-fashioned clothes, like shorts with long socks pulled up to his knees, and a button-up shirt that looked too stiff and formal for a kid. He wasn't with any adults, which immediately caught my attention because my parents were always super strict about me staying close. The weird thing was how he was approaching people. He'd walk up to random adults, tug on their sleeves, and ask something. Most people just smiled awkwardly and shook their heads before walking away. I edged closer, curious. When I got within earshot, I heard him clearly ask an older couple, "Excuse me, have you seen my mother? I can't find her anywhere." His voice had this strange, hollow quality to it, like he was talking through a tin can. The couple looked concerned and asked where he'd last seen her. The boy pointed upstairs and said, "She told me to wait on the second floor while she spoke to someone, but that was hours ago." The man offered to help him find a staff member, but when he reached out to take the boy's hand, the kid backed away quickly. "No, thank you, sir. I'll keep looking." Then he turned and ran up the stairs. I don't know what possessed me, but I followed him. I remember my dad was still deep in conversation, and I just went. I climbed the wide wooden stairs, my light-up sneakers making soft thumping sounds on the old wood. When I reached the second floor, I saw the boy at the far end of the hallway, peering into a room where the door stood slightly ajar. "Hey!" I called out, but not too loudly. "Are you lost?" He turned to look at me, and for a split second I felt this awful chill run through my whole body. His eyes looked wrong. Not scary exactly, just empty. Like looking at a photograph instead of a real person. "I can't find my mother," he said again, sounding exactly the same as he had downstairs, like he was repeating a recording. "She told me to wait, but she's been gone so long." "My dad's downstairs," I offered. "He can help you find her." The boy shook his head. "She told me to wait here, on the second floor." Then he stepped backwards, not into the room, but somehow, it's hard to explain. It was like he stepped backwards into nothing. 1 second he was there, and the next he was just gone. I ran to where he'd been standing and looked into the room. It was just a small sitting area with some chairs and a bookshelf. Empty. I checked the hallway in both directions, but there was no sign of him. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. When I got back downstairs, my dad was looking for me, worried. I told him about the boy, and he scolded me for wandering off, but promised we'd tell the front desk about the lost child. When we did, the woman at reception looked confused and said no one had reported a missing child. That evening, after dinner, my dad stopped at the hotel gift shop and bought a book of ghost stories about Yellowstone and the Old Faithful Inn. We went back to our room, and my mom was feeling better, so Dad decided to read us some of the spooky tales before bed. My blood ran cold when he got to the third story. It was about a young boy who supposedly haunts the second floor of the Old Faithful Inn. According to the book, he was staying there with his mother in the 1920s. She left him on the second floor while she went to meet someone, telling him to wait for her return. But she never came back. She'd apparently fallen into one of the hot springs while taking a shortcut through the geyser basin. The boy supposedly died of pneumonia a few days later, having refused to leave the hotel because he was still waiting for his mother. The book said visitors often report seeing a young boy in old-fashioned clothing asking if anyone has seen his mother, especially on the second floor. I started crying uncontrollably. My parents thought the ghost story had just scared me, but I was terrified because I realized I'd actually seen him, the exact boy from the story, asking the exact same question, wearing the same clothes described in the book. But how could I have known any of those details before my dad even bought the book? My parents calmed me down, assuring me it was just a coincidence, that I'd probably seen some kid in costume for a hotel history event or something. I eventually convinced myself they were right. Kids have active imaginations, right? I pushed the whole thing out of my mind. Fast forward to last summer. I'm 16 now, and I've developed this interest in paranormal investigation. Nothing serious, just watching those ghost hunting shows and collecting a few basic tools. An EMF meter, a digital voice recorder, stuff like that. My family was visiting relatives near Boston, and we took a day trip to Plymouth to see the historical sites. While my parents and aunt were looking at Plymouth Rock, which is honestly pretty underwhelming, I convinced them to let me explore the old Burial Hill Cemetery nearby. It's one of the oldest cemeteries in America, dating back to the 1600s. I brought my EMF meter, thinking it would be cool to see if I got any readings. The cemetery was peaceful that day. Warm sunshine, a light breeze, birds chirping. Most tourists were down by the Rock or the Mayflower replica, so I had the place mostly to myself. I wandered around, taking readings that were all pretty normal, until I came to this one grave in the back corner. It was older than the others, the stone worn so badly I could barely make out the name. Something Williams or Williamson, I think. As soon as I got within a few feet of it, my EMF meter went crazy, the needle swinging all the way to the right. I felt a rush of excitement, my first real paranormal evidence. I stepped closer to the grave, and that's when everything changed. The air around me suddenly turned ice cold, not just cooler, but freezing, like opening a freezer door and sticking your head inside. Then came the wind, a violent, swirling gust that came out of absolutely nowhere on what had been a perfectly calm day. It was so strong it nearly knocked me over, and it seemed to be centered right on that grave, like a tiny, localized tornado. My hair whipped around my face, and I could barely keep my eyes open against the force of it. The papers in my notebook went flying, and my EMF meter was still going crazy in my hand. I tried to back away, but that's when I felt it, like someone had punched me hard, right in the stomach. The pain was intense and completely real. I doubled over, gasping for breath, feeling like all the air had been knocked out of my lungs. There was nothing there, no person, no physical object, but the sensation was unmistakable. Someone or something had hit me. I dropped everything and ran, scrambled down that hill like my life depended on it, not looking back once. When I reached the bottom, the wind stopped instantly. The air was warm again, and tourists were walking around normally, nobody acting like anything unusual had happened. I looked back up at the cemetery, and it looked perfectly peaceful, sunlight dappling the old gravestones. My parents found me sitting on a bench, pale and shaking. I told them I'd just gotten overheated and needed to sit down. No way was I telling them what really happened, not after how they'd dismissed the Yellowstone incident. Later that afternoon, while they were shopping for souvenirs, I slipped into a small bookstore that specialized in local history. I don't know what compelled me to look, but I found myself drawn to a section on local legends and ghost stories. My hands were trembling as I picked up a book called Haunted Plymouth. I flipped through it until I found a chapter on the Burial Hill Cemetery, and there it was, the story of a tour guide from the 1990s who had been leading a group through the cemetery when she had an unexplainable experience at the grave of Jonathan Williams, a ship captain who died in 1687. According to her account, she was standing by his grave when she experienced a sudden, localized windstorm, followed by what felt like a powerful blow to the abdomen that left her gasping for breath. The book went on to explain that Captain Williams had been known for his violent temper in life and had reportedly died in a bar fight after being punched in the stomach so hard it caused internal bleeding. Several visitors to his grave had reported similar experiences: sudden cold spots, strange winds, and phantom pain in their midsection. I sat on the bookstore floor, the book shaking in my hands. It had happened again. I had experienced something paranormal and then found written documentation of others having the exact same experience in the exact same location. But I had no prior knowledge of either story before my experiences. What freaks me out the most is the pattern. Both times I experienced something unexplainable, something that matched precisely with documented paranormal accounts, but I had no way of knowing those stories beforehand. It's like I'm somehow tapped into these hauntings, unconsciously reenacting them or being drawn to them without realizing it. I've spent months researching similar cases, trying to understand what's happening to me. Some paranormal researchers talk about people who act as triggers or conduits, individuals who unknowingly activate paranormal events just by their presence. Is that what I am? Some kind of unwitting ghost magnet? The scarier question is, what happens next time? These experiences seem to be escalating. In Yellowstone, I just saw the ghost boy. In Plymouth, something physically affected me. I can't help wondering if whatever connection I have to the spirit world is getting stronger as I get older. I haven't told anyone about this until now. My parents would just say I'm making connections that aren't there. But I know what I experienced was real, both times, and I can't explain it. I'm not sure if I should lean into this weird ability or run from it. Part of me wants to visit known haunted locations to see what happens, but another part is terrified of what might be waiting for me. What if next time is worse than a punch to the gut? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? This weird pattern of living through hauntings you had no way of knowing about beforehand? I need to understand what's happening to me before it happens again. Story 22. I can't sleep. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I can't bring myself to scroll through social media before bed anymore. That used to be my nightly ritual, just mindlessly thumbing through Instagram until my eyes got heavy. I don't know if writing this down will help, but I need to tell someone, and I can't bring myself to tell my friends because they'll think I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am. It started Tuesday night. Nothing special about the day. I'd gone to work at the marketing firm like usual, grabbed coffee with my co-worker Jen at lunch, came home, made some pasta, and was just winding down in bed around 11. My apartment in Westbrook isn't anything fancy, just a one-bedroom with decent rent that I've decorated to feel cozy. I've lived here for almost 2 years now, and it's always felt safe. That night, I was in my dimly lit bedroom with just my reading lamp on, already in my pajamas, hair still damp from the shower. I remember everything so clearly. I was propped up against my pillows, scrolling through Instagram, not even really paying attention to what I was seeing. You know how it is. Just that mindless thumb motion, barely registering the content. I paused on this video of a woman talking about hydrating foods. She looked normal, probably in her 30s, blonde hair pulled back, wearing a bright blue top, standing in what looked like a modern kitchen. Nothing unusual at all. I wasn't even particularly interested in the content, but I let it play as background noise while I thought about what meetings I had the next day. maybe 30 seconds into the video, I started feeling weird. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first, just this creeping sense of unease, like when you feel someone staring at you. I focused back on the video, and that's when I noticed something was happening to her face. It was subtle at first. Her eyes seemed a little too wide, the spacing between them slightly off. I blinked, thinking maybe I was just tired. But when I looked again, the distortion was more noticeable. Her eyes were definitely larger now, the whites showing all the way around her irises, which had darkened from their original blue to something much darker. I sat up straighter, fully alert now. I told myself it was just some weird filter she was using, but this wasn't like any filter I'd seen before. As she continued talking about cucumbers and celery, her mouth started to widen. Not like she was smiling. More like her face was being stretched from the sides. Her teeth looked different too, slightly pointed at the edges. The most disturbing part was that her voice remained completely normal. She kept talking in this cheerful, upbeat tone about hydration and skin health, while her face was morphing into something that didn't look human anymore. By the end of the 60-second video, she looked God. I don't even know how to describe it. Her eyes were at least twice their normal size, solid black, and her mouth stretched almost from ear to ear. Her skin had taken on this grayish undertone that made her look corpse-like. Yet the video itself didn't glitch or distort, just her features. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I scrolled down to the comments section, sure that people would be freaking out or asking what filter she was using. There were hundreds of comments. People asking about her water bottle, thanking her for the tips, asking what brand of supplements she used. Not a single person mentioned anything about her face. I scrolled back up and re-watched the video. Same thing happened. She started normal and gradually transformed into something monstrous by the end. I checked her profile. All of her thumbnail images looked normal. But when I played another of her videos, the same transformation happened. Started human, ended looking like something out of a nightmare. At this point, I was genuinely scared. I backed out of her profile and looked at other videos on my feed. A guy doing a workout, a girl showing her outfit, a chef preparing a meal. All of them looked completely normal throughout their videos. I went back to the hydration woman's profile. Same thing happened in every single video. By now, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I took screenshots of her face at the end of one video, then sent it to myself via email just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. When I opened the screenshot, my blood ran cold. The screenshot showed her looking completely normal, not the distorted version I'd seen in the video. I tried taking more screenshots at different points, even recorded my screen as I played her video. But every capture showed her looking perfectly human. That's when I remembered something I'd seen on Reddit a few weeks ago. There was this thread about something called demon face syndrome. People were claiming they could occasionally see certain individuals' faces transform into something inhuman. Most commenters dismissed it as paranoid schizophrenia or visual processing disorders. I'd laughed it off as typical internet folklore. It didn't seem so funny anymore. I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was a weird compression artifact that only appeared on my specific phone model. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe the blue light from my screen was playing tricks on my eyes in the dim room. I even considered that I might be having some kind of minor stroke or neurological event. I closed Instagram and tried to calm down. I turned on all the lights in my bedroom and bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, and took some deep breaths. When I felt a bit steadier, I decided to try one more test. I reopened Instagram on my laptop instead of my phone. I navigated to her profile and played the most recent video. For the first few seconds, everything was normal. Then the transformation began again. Same enlarged eyes, same widening mouth, same grayish skin tone. Except on the bigger screen, I could see even more details. tiny ridges forming on her forehead, her ears becoming slightly pointed, and something about her neck movement that seemed jerky and unnatural. I slammed my laptop shut and sat there in my brightly lit bedroom, hugging my knees to my chest. My mind was racing through explanations. Was I hallucinating, having a mental breakdown, or had I somehow developed the ability to see something that wasn't meant to be seen? I couldn't sleep that night. I kept my lights on until dawn, occasionally checking other social media platforms to see if other faces would transform. None did. Just her. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I spent hours researching visual hallucinations, temporal lobe epilepsy, brief psychotic disorders, anything that might explain what I was seeing. I even found that Reddit thread again and read through every comment, looking for someone who described exactly what I had experienced. There were a few accounts that were disturbingly similar to mine. One person claimed they could see certain newscasters transform during broadcasts. Another said they saw it happen with a co-worker during Zoom meetings. Most of the responses called them crazy or suggested they seek psychiatric help. But there were also these cryptic replies from people who seemed to take it seriously. They talked about seeing through the veil and how they walk among us. One comment in particular stuck with me. Once you can see them, they can see that you see them. Be careful. That sent a chill down my spine that I still haven't been able to shake. Around noon on Wednesday, I decided to test something else. I searched for the Hydration Woman's accounts on other platforms. I found her on TikTok and YouTube. The same thing happened on both. She started looking normal and gradually transformed throughout each video. Then I did something I immediately regretted. I found her business email on her YouTube About page and sent her a message. I didn't directly mention what I was seeing, just said I'd noticed something strange in her videos and wondered if others had commented on it. I included my phone number like an idiot. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang. Unknown number. I didn't answer. They didn't leave a voicemail. It rang again 5 minutes later. Again, no voicemail. When it rang a third time, I blocked the number. That night, Wednesday, I finally fell asleep from sheer exhaustion around 3 in the morning. I woke up to the sound of my phone pinging with a notification. It was an Instagram DM from the Hydration Woman's account. All it said was, "I know you can see me." I deleted Instagram from my phone immediately. My hands wouldn't stop shaking for hours. I tried telling myself it was just a coincidence, or that I was experiencing some elaborate delusion, or maybe even that I was still asleep and having a detailed nightmare. But then I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In my bathroom mirror, my eyes looked different, just slightly larger than normal, the spacing a bit off. I rubbed them, splashed more water on my face, and looked again. Back to normal. But for that brief moment. It's Friday night now. I haven't left my apartment since Tuesday. I've been calling in sick to work. I've deleted all my social media apps. I keep checking my face in the mirror. Most of the time I look normal, but sometimes, just for a split second when I first glance at my reflection, something seems off. The worst part is, I don't know what's really happening. Am I having a mental health crisis? Did I somehow tune into something that's actually real, but most people can't perceive? I've always been the most skeptical person I know. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any supernatural nonsense. But this experience has shaken me to my core. I haven't tried to look at her videos again. I'm afraid of what I might see. More afraid of what might happen if I keep seeing it. That Reddit comment keeps echoing in my head. Once you can see them, they can see that you see them. There was a knock at my door about an hour ago. I didn't answer. I looked through the peephole and there was no one there. But I swear I heard breathing on the other side. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what's happening to me, even if you think I'm crazy. Maybe especially if you think I'm crazy, because that would be comforting right now. All I know is that I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, and now I can't unsee it. and I have this terrible feeling that whatever I saw knows that I saw it. Story 23. I've never really been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty logical. I need evidence, you know. But something happened to me 5 years ago that I still can't explain, no matter how much I try to rationalize it. My brother Carlos and I shared this small 2-bedroom apartment in Shadowbrook. It wasn't much, but the rent was cheap and we made it work. We're both into fitness, so we had converted our living room into a mini gym. Nothing fancy, just some dumbbells, a weight bench, and this massive 200-pound punching bag hanging from the ceiling on a heavy-duty chain. That thing was solid. Took both of us to install it, drilling into the ceiling beam to make sure it was secure. I remember that winter evening perfectly. It was a Tuesday in January, around 6 in the evening. I had just gotten home from my shift at the warehouse where I worked. It was already dark outside. You know how winter is. Feels like midnight at 5 p.m. The apartment was quiet when I got in. Carlos works nights at the hospital, so he was still sleeping before his shift. I kicked off my boots at the door, hung up my jacket, and went straight to my room. I left my door open, habit from living with a roommate, I guess, and sat down at my computer to unwind. I was just checking emails, browsing YouTube, nothing special. The apartment was dead silent except for the clicking of my mouse and keyboard. That's when I heard it. The distinctive metallic sound of the punching bag's chain rattling. It was faint at first, just a light jingle. I didn't think much of it initially, figured maybe the heating had kicked on and caused a draft or something, so I ignored it and continued scrolling through videos. But then the sound got louder, more insistent. The chain was definitely moving, not just making random noises. It was that specific rattling sound it makes when the bag is swinging. I remember frowning, pausing my video, and just listening for a moment. The rattling continued. Steady, rhythmic almost. "Carlos?" I called out, thinking maybe he'd woken up and was getting a workout in before his shift. No answer. I got up and walked to my doorway. From there, I could see straight into the living room. What I saw made my stomach do a weird flip. The punching bag was swinging, not violently, but definitely swinging, side to side, in a steady arc, about 8 or 10 inches each way. Now this wasn't some lightweight bag. This thing was 200 pounds of dense material. It doesn't just move on its own without significant force. It's not like a balloon that drifts with the slightest air current. My first thought was, maybe Carlos had hit it on his way to the bathroom and it was still moving. But that didn't make sense. The bag would have been slowing down, not maintaining the same steady swing, and I hadn't heard Carlos moving around at all. "Carlos?" I called again, louder this time. Nothing. I walked into the living room, staring at the swinging bag. My mind immediately tried to find a logical explanation. A draft, maybe the front door wasn't closed properly and was letting in wind. I checked the front door, completely closed and locked, just as I'd left it when I came home. All the windows were closed too. It was the middle of winter after all. I even checked the air vents to see if maybe the heating was somehow creating an air current strong enough to move a 200-pound bag. Nothing. I reached out and grabbed the bag, stopping its motion. It took actual effort to hold it still. That's how much momentum it had built up. Once I had it steady, I let go and stepped back, watching it closely. Nothing happened. It stayed perfectly still. Satisfied that whatever had caused it had stopped, I went back to my room and sat down at my computer again. I remember feeling a bit uneasy, but I chalked it up to just one of those weird things that happen sometimes that you can't explain. Maybe the building had shifted, maybe a neighbor had slammed a door, and the vibration somehow transferred. I don't know. I was about 5 minutes back into my browsing when I heard it again. The chain, rattling. This time, I felt a chill run down my spine. I got up immediately and went back to the doorway. The bag was swinging again, same motion as before, side to side, steady rhythm, same arc. I felt my heartbeat pick up a little. I'm not an anxious person, but something about this felt deliberate. There was no physical explanation I could think of. The apartment was completely still. No drafts, no vibrations, nothing. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared yet. I was more fascinated, curious. I walked back into the living room and stood about 6 feet from the bag, just watching it swing, back and forth, the chain making that creaking, rattling sound with each movement. And then, I don't know why I did this. It wasn't a conscious decision, really. I just spoke out loud to the empty room. I said, "Stop doing that. I don't want to play now." My voice wasn't shaky or scared. It was firm, almost like I was talking to a pet or a child who was being annoying. I didn't really expect anything to happen. I was just reacting, I guess. The bag stopped swinging. Not gradually, like it was running out of momentum. It just stopped, mid-swing, like someone had grabbed it. That's when the fear hit me. It washed over me like ice water. I felt every hair on my body stand up. My skin broke out in goosebumps so intense it actually hurt. My mouth went completely dry in an instant, because whatever was moving, that bag had heard me, had understood me, and had listened. I stood there, completely frozen. I couldn't move a single muscle. It was like my brain and body had disconnected. I wanted to run. God, I wanted to run so badly. But I couldn't even wiggle a finger. I just stood there, staring at the now perfectly still punching bag, feeling something watching me. The air felt thick, almost pressurized, like the silence itself had weight. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, I managed to break whatever paralysis had gripped me. I didn't run. Somehow that felt dangerous, like running would trigger something to chase me. Instead, I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the bag, until I reached my room. I sat down at my computer with shaking hands and immediately turned on the loudest music I could find. I needed noise, needed to drown out the silence of the apartment. I didn't want to hear if that chain started rattling again. I sat there, heart pounding, music blasting, trying to calm myself down with logic. Coincidence. Had to be coincidence. The bag was probably just slowing down naturally when I spoke. Maybe my voice created an air current that stopped it. Maybe the building shifted again. There had to be an explanation that didn't involve something listening to me. 10 minutes later, and I know it was exactly 10 minutes because I kept checking the time obsessively, I heard the front door open. Carlos was up, heading out to his shift. I've never been so relieved to hear another human being in my life. I turned my music down and tried to act normal when he poked his head in to say hi. I didn't tell him what happened. Not then. I was still processing it myself. And honestly, I was afraid he'd either think I was crazy or worse, believe me, and be as freaked out as I was. We lived in that apartment for another 2 years after that night. Nothing like that ever happened again. The punching bag never moved on its own. Nothing else unexplainable occurred. Just that one isolated incident. I've told this story to friends over the years. I always try to make it sound funny, like, haha, remember that time I thought our apartment was haunted? I watch their reactions closely. Almost every single person gets goosebumps. Even when I tell it like a joke, even 5 years later, it still affects people physically. That has to mean something, right? The thing that still haunts me isn't the movement itself. Random, unexplained movements happen. What I can't shake is that whatever was moving the bag responded to me. It understood language. It made a choice to stop when I asked it to. That implies intelligence, consciousness. And that's so much more terrifying than some random paranormal activity. I don't know what was in our apartment that night. I don't know why it chose to make its presence known to me through the punching bag. I don't know why it listened when I told it to stop. And I don't know why it never bothered me again. Sometimes I wonder if acknowledging it somehow broke a barrier. Like by speaking to it directly, I changed the rules of whatever game it was playing. Or maybe it was just passing through, Maybe it was curious about me, the same way I was curious about it before the fear set in. All I know is that for a brief moment, something impossible happened. Something that shouldn't have been able to understand me did. And 5 years later, I still get those same intense goosebumps when I think about that moment when the bag just stopped. I don't tell this story often anymore. I've mostly convinced myself there must be some explanation I'm missing. The human mind is good at protecting itself that way. But late at night, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I sometimes think about speaking out loud to the empty rooms, just to see if anything is listening, but I never do, because what if something answers? Story 24. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, and even they stopped believing me after a while, but I need to get this off my chest, even if it happened 30 years ago. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like I'm 10 years old again, paralyzed with fear in my childhood bedroom. It started when I was around 7. We'd moved into this old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing about it seemed particularly creepy during the daytime. Just your average suburban home with faded blue siding and a big oak tree in the front yard. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, past my parents' room and the bathroom. I remember being excited about having my own space after sharing a room with my older brother in our previous apartment. The first few weeks were normal. Then one night in early autumn, I woke up around 3 in the morning. I didn't know what had disturbed my sleep at first. No noise, no nightmare that I could recall, but I had this overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you, how the hair on your neck stands up. That's what I felt, but 100 times stronger. When I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes, she was there, standing beside my bed, just watching me. She looked about my age, maybe a bit older, pale skin that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, long dark hair that hung limply around her shoulders, and that white dress, not fancy, just a simple cotton nightgown, but pristine white, like it had never been worn before. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes, God, her eyes were fixed on mine with such intensity that I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. I remember thinking, if I can just turn on my lamp, she'll go away. My bedside lamp was one of those touch-activated ones my mom had bought because she thought it would be easier for me to use at night. The problem was, to reach it, I had to extend my arm past where the girl was standing. The thought of my hand passing through the space where she stood made me physically ill. I lay there for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, trying to work up the courage. Finally, in one desperate move, I lunged toward the lamp, squeezing my eyes shut as my arms swept through the cold air where she stood. When my fingers touched the lamp and light flooded the room, she was gone. Just gone. No fading away, no dramatic exit. One moment she was there, and the next she wasn't. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I kept the lamp on until sunrise, when I finally dozed off from exhaustion. I convinced myself it had been a dream or a trick of the shadows. Kids have active imaginations, right? But the next week it happened again, and then again a few nights later. Sometimes she would appear right next to my bed, other times at the foot of it, or by my closet door, always in that white dress, always silent, always watching. After the 5th or 6th time, I finally told my parents. They did what most parents would do, checked under the bed, in the closet, explained about nightmares and imagination. My dad even sat with me until I fell asleep for a few nights, but they never saw her. No one did but me. When she didn't appear for 2 weeks straight, I started to relax. Maybe whatever I'd been experiencing was over. Then one night, I woke up to find my bed shaking, not violently like an earthquake, but a steady, rhythmic movement, as if someone was rocking it gently from underneath. I reached for my lamp, but when I touched it, nothing happened. I pressed it again and again, frantically pawing at the base, but the room remained dark. That's when I heard it for the first time. A girl's voice, soft and sing-song, coming not from beside my bed, but from somewhere out in the hallway. "Alex, come outside and play with me, Alex." My name. She knew my damn name. I pulled the covers over my head, a pathetic shield against whatever was happening. The bed continued to shake for maybe another minute before stopping abruptly. When I finally found the courage to peek out, the girl in the white dress was standing at the foot of my bed, closer than she'd ever been before. I could see details I hadn't noticed before. A small tear in the sleeve of her dress, the fact that her feet were bare and dirty, as if she'd been walking outside. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through my window. My lamp was working perfectly fine when I tested it. I told my parents about the bed moving. Big mistake. My dad checked under the bed, found nothing, and gave me that look. The one that said he was starting to worry about me, not about whatever might be in my room. My mom suggested maybe I should see Dr. Kendall, who I knew was the kid psychologist some of my classmates went to. That's when I realized they were never going to believe me, so I stopped telling them, but it didn't stop. For the next 3 years, the girl in the white dress was a regular visitor to my room. I developed routines to deal with it, always leaving at least one light on, though sometimes the bulbs would mysteriously burn out, keeping a flashlight under my pillow, positioning my bed so I could see every corner of the room from where I lay. Sometimes I wouldn't see her for weeks, and I'd start to hope maybe she was gone for good. Then I'd wake up at 3 in the morning to find her standing there again, or worse, hear her voice calling me from the hallway. "Alex, I'm lonely out here. Don't you want to come see what I found?" "Alex, your parents are asleep. No one will know if you come outside with me." "Alex, I have something to show you in the backyard. Something special just for you." I never answered. I never left my bed when she called. Something deep inside told me that if I ever followed that voice, I'd never come back. Or at least, not as myself. The worst night, the one that still makes me break out in a cold sweat 3 decades later, happened when I was 10. I woke up to find my room unusually cold. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones. My breath was coming out in visible puffs, like it was the middle of winter instead of May. She was there, of course, but something was different. She was standing by my bedroom door, which was open a crack. I always closed it before going to bed, always. But now it was open, and she was beckoning to me with one pale hand, her face still expressionless, those dark eyes fixed on mine. I reached for my lamp. Nothing. Grabbed the flashlight from under my pillow. Dead. The moonlight coming through my window was the only illumination, casting everything in a silvery glow that made the girl in the white dress look almost translucent. Then she spoke, not from the hallway this time, but right there in my room, her lips moving in sync with the words. "Your parents can't help you, Alex. They can't even hear you." Her voice was like nothing I've ever heard before or since, like multiple voices layered on top of each other, some childlike, others ancient and raspy. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. It was like the air had been sucked from my lungs. The girl took a step toward me, then another. She'd never moved before, always just appeared and disappeared, but never moved while I was watching. I scrambled backward until I hit the wall behind my bed. Nowhere else to go. She kept coming, one slow step at a time, until she was standing right next to me, close enough that I could have reached out and touched her, though the thought made me want to throw up. She leaned down until her face was level with mine. I could see now that her eyes weren't just dark. They were completely black, no whites at all, just empty darkness. "This is my house," she whispered, her breath like ice against my face. "You're just visiting." Then she smiled. The first expression I'd ever seen on her face. It was wrong somehow, too wide, showing too many teeth. I must have fainted again, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. My bedroom door was closed, my lamp and flashlight worked fine, and there was no sign of what had happened, except for the lingering chill in the air. That was the last time I saw her clearly, though not the last time I felt her presence. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling watched, but see nothing. Other times, I'd hear faint whispers from the hallway or the closet, too quiet to make out the words. My bed never shook again, but occasionally my belongings would be moved around. Nothing dramatic, just subtle changes. A book that had been on my desk would be on the floor. My school backpack would be unzipped when I was sure I'd closed it. We moved out of that house when I was 12, after my dad got transferred to another state for work. I never told my parents or anyone else how relieved I was to leave. The night before we moved, I could have sworn I heard her voice one last time, whispering from somewhere in the darkness, "I'll be waiting if you come back." I'm 40 now, with a family of my own and a normal life. We live in a house I carefully researched before buying. No deaths on the property, no mysterious history. I haven't experienced anything paranormal in years, except for occasional vivid nightmares about the girl in the white dress. But here's the thing that still bothers me. A few years ago, out of morbid curiosity, I looked up our old house online. It had been sold several times since we lived there. The most recent listing included interior photos, and when I saw my old bedroom, my blood ran cold. Because standing in the corner, just barely visible in the reflection of the bedroom mirror, was a blurry white shape about the size of a child. I closed the browser immediately and haven't looked again. I don't know if it was just a trick of the light or something my mind projected onto a random smudge. What I do know is that even now, 30 years later, you couldn't pay me enough money to spend a night in that house with the lights off. Sometimes my kids ask me why I'm so particular about their nighttime routine, why I insist on nightlights in every room, why I check their closets before bedtime, why I always leave their doors cracked open just a bit. I tell them it's just to make them feel safe. But the truth is, it's for my peace of mind, because I know what can be waiting in the darkness, and I know that sometimes, when a little girl in a white dress asks you to come outside and play, the worst thing you can possibly do is say yes.